conversation.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we fully agree, and it's why I think that Japan and then Italy had the vision of taking principles on a paper and trying to standardize the format because we have experience in other domains of technology where we have transparency reports on many things out of companies that are not comparable across organizations and certainly not at an international level. So agree, it's definitely a first step, and the code I think itself will have to evolve over time as technology advances. But the objective behind it is also for it to be public, transparent, and so that it can inform our research at the OECD, but certainly everybody out there. So with that, I'm going to turn to a professor to talk to us maybe a little bit more from an academic perspective and his thoughts on voluntary commitments, but also more broadly, the experience in academia looking at AI safety and AI development. So Professor John McDermott, he was a professor of software engineering at the University of York. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, I'm very pleased to be here. And I'd actually like to pick up on something Sarah was saying about making things actionable. And my colleagues and I in York have worked on safety of software-intensive systems for nearly 40 years, the last 7 on autonomy and systems using AI, supported by the Lloyd's Register Foundation. So I think there are cases where autonomy is valuable, but actually with frontier AI, I think they are best used based on our experience to actually augment human skills rather than to try to supplant them. Governments have a role to play in managing risks, and the Hiroshima process, I think, is very welcome there. I think the critical steps actually lie with the companies. They're the ones who can actually shape the models and make them safe. So from that point of view, the frontier AI safety commitments, I think, are very welcome, but actually implementing them, making them manageable, I think is a real challenge. I'd like to talk about some things from the traditional safety engineering world, but as adapt to software-intensive systems that can help doing that. And the first thing is we have to understand the context of use, and to us, given how broad these foundation models are, that means we need to link what we call upstream safety, which is around the frontier models themselves, with downstream safety, what happens for an application in particular context of use. To me, one of the really critical needs is better measures of risk assessment. These ideas of criticality levels, I think, are a starting point. We need to understand the scale of deployment, things that can be deployed on millions or even billions of devices in several hours or days is a huge risk factor that we need to take into account. We need to talk about societal impact. We also need to understand the ability to remediate harm. If something occurs and we can't remediate it once it's happened, we must avoid it. If it can be rectified, we can take a different attitude to that risk. We also need to worry about single points of failure, and what happened recently with CrowdStrike, I think, is a good example of that. We need to be able to design for safety and for assurance, and that's something where I think the AI safety world can very much learn from the safety critical systems industry. Another really critical aspect is being able to diagnose problems. If problems arise and we can't work out why they occurred and prevent them occurring again, then actually we will lose public trust. And on that matter of trust, I think the idea of safety cases, which we've worked on,
a protection. We feel that we have been harvested, you know, by large organizations, harvesting our contents. Scraping is the technical word. 2 years ago, I think we started to put statements in place, opt-out statements, saying, okay, we know you're harvesting us, but you know, now we know it. We didn't know it before, and now we sort of tell you we refuse it, and we need to have a protection, and we need to have a remuneration. The new system now, and I'm sorry to be so long, but the new system now is that you find out that certain companies sell subscriptions. So it is exactly the situation in which you harvest someone else's field, and you sell what you've harvested to others. It has a name, you know, it has a name in our civilizations, in our law. So it is like stealing, it's taken away. And the exception, you know, this exception of making the world better because it helps research, it's not going to stand very long. And it was mentioned also previously, whenever one of those companies is under competition from another, they say, hey, we have IP rights, you know, you can't take away from us what they've taken away from the others. You know, that's when it becomes a topic for them. And this is ridiculous in many ways. So I think that basically we are experiencing one of those incredible moments which we have experienced when, you know, you're my age, at least once before with the birth of the internet. You know, every evidence is not there anymore. You feel it's a fantastic world, fantastic things will happen. The investors are super excited. I understand them. There is value to be created. But it will not be created if you trample to the ground, you know, all the pillars of the laws that have been established. Property cannot be trampled. Creativity cannot disappear. It needs to be protected.
Thank you. But I do understand, and I think that you share some of the same concerns as Nabil Ayouch, but could you also explain to us, you know, when you had negotiations with the OpenAI in the US, what exactly happened? What are you asking, and how are you working on that now? So,
yeah, about a year ago, I was in New York with a group of European publishers from Germany, from Spain, from different countries, and so we spoke to OpenAI. Actually, a few weeks after that, OpenAI signed deals with one publisher per country in Europe. It's like, you know, cherry picking and saying, okay, Le Monde signed with them in France, El País, Springer.
Do you know how much Le Monde received?
No, it's not completely transparent. It's not transparent, but actually I can understand why it wouldn't be transparent, because there is something called, you know, business law, so you're not supposed to publish everything. But at least what I want to underline is that they said, we cannot speak to all of you guys. We're too young. We haven't enough lawyers, actually. We're not organized. And it was possibly maybe true to some extent. You know, it's true. Those companies are relatively young, even if they're backed up by giants, you know, so they're not completely alone in the world. But they said it's too early. But then they signed, and the very fact that they signed is good news, you know. They signed with some companies, but it shows that they recognize the value. Otherwise, they wouldn't sign, they wouldn't pay.
Yeah, but they signed with one outlet, as you mentioned, and you came with, I think, 40 outlets when you went to negotiate. Do you think that might be an issue?
I was trying to be positive for 1 second. I'm sorry. So it's not good. Yeah, you have your answer. No, but it's good that they sign at least with one company that they recognize. If you sign with one, eventually you will probably sign with all. I have this feeling that what we produce in the newsrooms, it's like, you know, the caviar of the rags. The rags, they add value to an artificial intelligence LLM. They add value because it's a limited corpus that it works on. And we produce those facts that are verified, double-checked, triple-checked. It adds value. So I think that eventually they will come to the table and negotiate and sign, but it's very slow. And again, it reminds me of the neighboring rights issue. First stage is you don't recognize the law. Then you say, how can we find an agreement? It takes years. And now we have a very good deal with Google, which has been renewed recently in France for the Alliance of Press that I represent. We have a disappearing deal with Meta, because Meta is not going to be in the news business anymore. We have no deal with LinkedIn after 3 or 4 years of trying to have a deal. So various situations. But again, one question mark, how can you possibly pretend to make the world a better place and trample to the ground the pillars of the law? How can you do that? To me, it makes no sense. So it will not last on forever. And as we all know, empires do not last on forever. they all disappear at one point.
And why do you think it's important for you to have this collective approach?
Well, it's important because we are very fragmented. We are, I represent large newspapers like Le Monde, Le Figaro, or large ones from the regional press, but sometimes very small newspapers that don't even have one lawyer, actually. So the union of publishers represent them. And it's important because we are always small when it comes to monies involved. I used to be the CEO of Agence France Presse some years ago, and I did actually the first lawsuit against Google in order for our news to be remunerated, and we won that lawsuit. We got paid for that. But I always had one lawyer and they had 10. That's the kind of disproportion that you run into, because the amounts of monies that have been risen by those companies are huge. They raise billions of dollars or euros sometimes to create future. And again, I said it in introduction, and I really want to underline it now. I'm a keen believer of progress. I work for that. I use and I like technology very much. But again, it doesn't come at the price of not respecting basic rights of creators, of artists, and of publishers.
And the EU was actually a pioneer. Back in 2018, it was heavily criticized for enforcing the toughest security and privacy law, which we know as the General Data Protection Regulation. But now even in the US, there are at least 5 states who feature some kind of consumer privacy laws. So do you think the same could happen in regulating AI today? Well,
say to try to be complete, I would really love EU to be recognized for the quality of its AI. And it is in many ways. France, for instance, and President Macron mentioned it, is a huge country when it comes to engineers, but we do export a lot of them, but we try to keep some of them here. So first of all, let's be recognized for our technology. That's a good idea for the future. And then, yes, let's be recognized for our respect of the traditions of law. 200 years ago, Beaumarchais, others created this intellectual property IP rights. It was a good idea, and it still is. Good ideas have a lot of future, and it's the same with the property rights.
Yes, and Jane, did you want to react to what we just heard? No. Okay, well, thank you so much, everyone, and have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Fantastic. What an excellent conversation. It truly stretches the mind. We talked about the difference between low-quality data and high-quality data and the effect that has on us as users. We also talked about the balancing act that media houses, data publishers, and information providers need to make in collaborating with AI models. A lot of this will be discussed throughout the day. We'd like to invite all of you to make your way towards the auditorium as well as the workshop areas where there'll be conversations on safe and trustworthy AI, AI in health and science, as well as AI governance and a lot more. We'll be reconvening in this very room at 1 p.m. exactly with privacy, cybersecurity, and information integrity.
Hello, I'm Jo Coburn, and we're live in Paris for Project Syndicate. Welcome to the AI Action Summit. We're in the Grand Palais in Paris for the AI Action Summit. All around us in this building, heads of state are mingling with innovators, academics and more to shape the future of artificial intelligence. There'll be thousands of events about AI this year. There might well have been some already. But without question, this is the one most likely to shape the course of world events. And what better way to get a slice of that history in the making than here with Project Syndicate. Over the next 3 hours, we'll be hearing from, amongst others, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, President of the Czech Republic, Peter Pavel, Reid Hoffman, the co-founder of LinkedIn, Mariana Mazzucato, Professor in the Economics of Innovation and Public Value at University College London, and Darren Acemoglu, Professor of Economics at MIT and the winner of last year's Nobel Prize in that field. We'll be at the front line of the conversation around the future of work, innovation, trust, AI governance, the public interest and more, asking how humankind can harness the potential of AI to shape a better world. And as always, you're an essential part of the mix, both here at the summit and online. So please join in the conversation using the hashtag #PSEvents. Now it's time to get started. Please welcome to the stage President of the Czech Republic, Peter Pavel.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege to address you today here at the Grand Palais, a venue long associated with groundbreaking innovations. Throughout its history, this hall has witnessed world-changing advancement. Today, we gather here to explore one of the most transformative forces in our history, artificial intelligence. AI is reshaping industries, economies, and entire societies at a speed we are only beginning to grasp. This summit is a unique platform to reflect on its profound implications, both the immense opportunities and the serious challenges it brings. The presence of global leaders and leading experts highlights the complexity and the importance of the issue. I believe all of us here share the responsibility to ensure that AI benefits will bring good for people wherever they are. Our world is entering a new era, not just the one of technological progress, but also of a fundamental shift in how we think and how we live our lives. If guided responsibly, AI can revolutionize our world. It can drive medical breakthroughs and save and improve quality of numerous lives. It can optimize energy use to protect our planet. And it can also revolutionize access to knowledge and education. I personally believe that AI can empower humanity like never before. It can also open immense new horizons, and that's why I believe that in Europe we should generally invest much more in it. At the same time, history has shown that every technological leap carries a risk of abuse. And AI is no exception. AI-driven crime is on the rise, with threats ranging from organized cybercriminal networks to state-sponsored hybrid warfare. Several authoritarian regimes are weaponizing AI to monitor and manipulate their populations, using technology not to empower, but to control, shape behavior, and determine the future of individuals. But we can also observe how the same governments are trying to shape our own processes, especially electoral ones. That is why I strongly welcome the EU's leadership in adopting the AI Act, world's first legislation banning AI-driven social scoring. That is a crucial step towards safeguarding democracy and protecting fundamental rights. Some claim that while the Americans innovate, the Europeans regulate. The EU is often criticized for prioritizing regulation over innovations. I believe such criticism is both simplistic and unfair. We need to do both, regulate responsibly and foster innovations. It is our duty to set rules that prevent harm, protect democracy, and ensure that the benefits of AI are available to all. Technology alone cannot be allowed to shape our future without ethical and legal safeguards. As with any power, with great technological power comes great responsibility. Responsibility must not be an afterthought. It must be our guiding principle. AI developers must ensure their systems are transparent, ethical, and secure. Technology platforms deploying AI must take greater responsibility and accountability for how their tools shape perceptions of reality. If left unchecked, bias, misinformation, and manipulation will distort the truth and serve specific malign interests. The solution lies in collaboration between governments, tech leaders, and researchers. Only by working together can we ensure that AI strengthens rather than weakens our societies. We must also recognize the vital role of young people in shaping the future of the AI. It is their world that will be most affected. We must invest in education and equip the next generation with the skills to lead this transformation and successfully. Making AI an exclusive technology for the few would only deepen inequalities, fuel geopolitical divisions, and increase the risk of conflict. Instead, we must strive for inclusiveness and shared progress. Ladies and gentlemen, the positive impact of events like this summit is not just an investment in technological advancement. It is an investment in democracy, peace, and prosperity for future generations. AI offers vast and unique opportunities, but I'm convinced we should do our best to use them to maximum possible extent. The decisions we make today will shape our future. I wish you all fruitful discussions, and I look forward to hearing the insights from the experts in the next panel. Thank you.
President Pavel, thank you very much. Well, let's pick up on some of the themes that were outlined there by President Peter Pavel, as it's time to start our first session of the day, AI in the public interest, competition and investment. Now, few words are likely to get a venture capitalist as excited as artificial intelligence. The last few years have been simply extraordinary. Rarely, if ever, have we seen a technology grow so powerful so quickly. But with the private sector making the running in terms of both development and ownership of AI, one of the big questions at the heart of this summit is about how to ensure that the technology benefits all humanity and not just its owners.
I think it will be able to do anything that any human can do, possibly within the next year or two.
Donald Trump took the oath of office flanked by billionaires
Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Sundar Pichai, and Elon Musk.
The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call. We need to be laser focused on competing to win.
If this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong.
Now, embracing the spirit of AI innovation at this summit, the team making the films have, of course, used AI imagery and music throughout, and there's lots more to come of that. But now, it's a huge pleasure to introduce our first panel. Reid Hoffman, co-founder of LinkedIn, tech entrepreneur and former diplomat, Ren Ito, co-founder of Sakana AI, Mariana Mazzucato, professor in the economics of innovation and public value at University College London, and Executive Director of the Mozilla Foundation, Nabiha Saeed. Let's give them a little round of applause to get them warmed up. And just a quick reminder before we start, we'd love you to join in the conversation too, so please do get involved using the hashtag #PSEvents. Now, first of all, to you, Mariana, what is the public interest and is it happening?
So, it's a great question. I would love to unpick the word public before we even talk about public interest, because we just heard a wonderful speech by the president. And the idea of actually regulating ex ante and not picking the mess up ex post is the first thing. But what does it mean to talk about the public, not just as a regulator, but also an innovator? Because this space that we're talking about, artificial intelligence, wouldn't have come about without huge amounts of public investment. And the problem of thinking of the public interest as though the public is just there through government action, whether it's national or global, to make sure it does good, forgets that part of the doing bad has come about through a narrative that the innovation has just occurred in the private sector. And if you look at everything that makes our smartphones smart and not stupid, actually came from public investment, the internet, GPS, touchscreen, Siri, and AI itself. If you look back at the decades of public investment through DARPA, for example, in the US, we need to bring that narrative back to when we talk about the public interest. Otherwise, it just sounds like governments are trying to help us do good, and then all the tech leaders, that word was already used, tech leaders just in the private sector, we will never do good unless we debunk first that narrative.
Right, well, that's interesting in terms of the bridge between the two. Reid, what does it mean to you, AI and the public interest?
So, one of the things that I am a strong advocate for, there's a bunch of good things that come from the commercial interest building stuff. Actually, in fact, a little bit counter the opening video is when you look at many developed technologies that as they get to scale, whether it's the internet, smartphones, cars, etc., the commercial sector has actually, in fact, been the one that has brought them to scale. And so that's not new. And so I think that's also true in the AI case. But the public interest part of it, I think, is how do you make sure that, roughly speaking, when you go across society, that the vast majority of citizens and social participants are being elevated and benefited from it, that the concerns that are kind of, call it, outside the commercial sphere are also being addressed. So, for example, fairness, equity, concerns that might have a kind of social impact, like, for example, the president was talking about crime, which I think is an important thing to kind of steer against. And so I think there's a set of those. Now, I agree with Mariana that that, you know, there's this frequent narrative of I alone have brought you this new technology, and actually all of this builds upon lots of previous work, including work from universities and a number of other places.
Right, but there is a difference in the amount of investment in many settings. So if we just show you this graph, just as an example, and you can see here the difference in terms of R&D investments in 2024. There's Alphabet nearly twice as much as the UK government. Renito, do governments need to invest more?
I think there's many different forms of investment from the government. So what I like about talking, when we're talking about this public interest and the intersection between the public policy and the private sector development, it's a true the stakeholder approach. So government is not just chucking in money to help developing the AI. It is shaping the future course of AI development by bringing in the voice of the civil society organization. Private sector is bringing in how we are technically developing AI. And then it is through the incentive providing by the government, not just a monetary incentive.
What is the incentive then?
I think, for example, if government can show the problem which is big enough for the AI company to get excited about solving it. So for example, doing a much more sophisticated simulation about the effect of the COVID, how the pandemic is expanding, you can use AI to do a much more sophisticated simulation. If you are presenting those interesting and big enough ideas, all the engineers and companies are hugely excited to tackle those ideas, which will be leading to the more development.
But it is dependent, Nabiha, on those ideas being presented that sort of drive that leadership, because Reid saying that I alone have provided more money perhaps than my public or government partner here, does that give the commercial company a little bit more leverage?
It gives them more leverage, but it's important for us to remember there are many paths to the public interest, right? So there are the people who work on behalf of the public. I would argue that AlphaFold and its innovations are working on behalf of the public. Those who are using artificial intelligence to look at climate impact or reduce energy use, they're acting on behalf of the public writ large. But in democratic societies, you need the consent of the governed. You need people to actually have a say, to participate, for those workers whose lives are about to be disrupted to have a chance at reskilling, for people to be educated, and critically, to participate not just in the consumption of AI, because let's be real, for most people, they're more likely to have AI used on them than they are to actually use AI, whether it's Netflix helping you decide what to watch or AI in warfare deciding whether you live or die. You are a subject of that technology. So how are we equipping people to actually use it, create it, engage in it? And that, to me, is why arguments around open source technology, for example, as a way to level the playing field and encourage participants to actually have a say, not just in the hyper-centralized, mega-rich, resourced organizations, is so critical for the public interest, because that is how we're going to get the public to even have a fighting chance.
Do you agree with that, Reid?
Well, I was on the board of the Mozilla Corporation for 11 years, so I have a strong pro-open source general bias. In the case of AI models, which is open weights, I think it's a little bit more nuanced in terms of what you do. So I think open source is almost always really good because you have the collective ability to kind of check the code, validate it, you know, kind of security, a bunch of other things, see how it's working. The open weights models, which is frequently discussed as open source, is provisioning equally this kind of black box across both great participants, foundations, universities, entrepreneurs, et cetera, which is very important, and also not great participants, rogue states, terrorists, criminals. And so I think part of what we need to be both working on, I think both, you know, kind of universities, NGOs, and the commercial side is how do we get that enablement of the key players while also preventing, for example, as the president described, crime.
Mariana?
Yeah, I mean, just coming back to the question, first of all, that graph that you showed is really important because one of the questions is, where did that money even come from? So if in the past, at least, we managed to have government action, especially in the high-risk, capital-intensive phase of the research and development, but ultimately we ended up socializing risks and privatizing rewards, A. B, if lots of those rewards weren't taxed, because we know many of these companies have very, knowledgeably avoided and evaded tax, but also if, in the end, the talent that is now being brought into these 5 or 6 companies used to also reside in universities and a more distributed, decentralized network of agencies. But the huge amounts of money, which again, through some research, we call it algorithmic rents, because rents and profits are not the same thing, that itself is something we should be thinking about. So the talent drain from universities and the DARPA-type public labs around the world is a huge problem. So this isn't like a static picture saying, oh, the private sector is doing so much more than governments. It's being allowed to do so much more also because of this, again, privatization of the rewards that actually came about through a massive collective investment over the last 30 years.
Right. I mean, just before we move on, I mean, this open and fair internet, the Mozilla Foundation obviously bases itself on that. I mean, if it doesn't exist now, maybe it does. Why doesn't it?
The open and fair internet? Well, we had openness, and then we started to experience an internet that was mediated by platforms that had an invisible architecture that incentivized and made value out of your attention, right? Being herded on platforms that capture your attention turns you into a passive consumer. It's very different than when I got onto the internet way too early. With the act of creating and engaging and making your own things is a very different relationship with technology. I think we can get back to that. I say Mozilla is a wonderful place to be if you have defiant optimism about what the future holds. And I think we can get there, but we have a lot of work to do to equip people with that ability to build.
Well, let's hold that thought of optimism. Let me just play you this clip from the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen.
Our AI Act is already a blueprint for the whole work. We must now focus on adopting the rules as soon as possible and turn to implementation.
Now, Ursula von der Leyen was speaking there in 2023. The act she's talking about, the bill was passed last year and partially came into law this year, won't be fully implemented until 2028. I hope you're all still following me. What do you make of the EU's approach, Mariana, when it comes to, I think we heard President Pavel at the beginning say, you know, they have this reputation of being regulators?
Well, the irony is that we often hear, you know, socialist Europe and capitalist America. And actually, again, if we look at the history of this sector, but also many sectors, the US government, Uncle Sam, actually spent much more than Europe. And so the real question that we should be asking is not buying into this false narrative, but what is that kind of dynamic, outcomes-oriented, what I've been calling mission-oriented, public-private kind of collaboration and true collective intelligence with the regulations that make sure, just like in the health sector or the food sector, it was good we had the regulation, not only because we are then eating and using medicines that don't kill us, but actually that then required the business sector to innovate. Right? When we don't have regulation, you can actually be much lazier. And so actually having smart regulation that stimulates innovation in the public interest is the key point. But if you look at a lot of the narrative, both in the media and what's being said by politicians, we again haven't debunked this idea that actually the US had a more socialist innovation state, not a welfare state. We definitely have a more active welfare state in Europe, but we have massively underspent around health innovation, digital innovation, and even climate innovation compared to the US.
Right, Ren, do you think there is more to it than just regulation, perhaps setting apart the sort of reputation, the stereotypes that we set by various regions across the world?
I think it's not just about a question about the regulation versus the innovation, which the President Pablo has just very eloquently mentioned in his keynote speech. But what I want to be focusing on is the video you showed me, Joe, is a video from the 2023. 2 years have passed.
Yeah.
What has changed? Which is, so back in the days, I had a luxury of only focusing on the foundation model. So the chart you showed me about this, whatever billions of dollars investing into the AI from the private sector, that is mostly about investing in making a foundation model. And then the quasi-monopoly you're talking about AI was pretty much centered around the question of who are making the models. Now things are getting more nuanced.
Right. Let's just look at this clip from President Donald Trump talking about investing in infrastructure to power AI.
What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations because we have an emergency. We have to get this stuff built.
I mean, there has been so much, Reed, as you know, talk around the world about how to respond and approach President Donald Trump. And in the field of AI, the relationship with big tech, what is it like in Silicon Valley at the moment? What is the sort of flavor of conversations that you're having?
Well, I think one of the things, I mean, there's obviously been a lot of criticism of various things, which I think are, you know, a bunch of it is right and is important. But I think that what is not as much discussed is I think it is extremely important for all governments to be in dialogue with the technology industry, because I think the exact questions that we are addressing here is a question of like, okay, so this AI is going to be the cognitive industrial revolution. What in, you know, because if you parallel with the Industrial Revolution, it both gives you the wonder, which is the huge increase in productivity, industries, et cetera, and also the challenges, namely the transition that goes into with how society fits. And so I think those organizations being in dialogue with governments is great, and I think that the fact is that the Trump administration is staffing with people who understand the technology and so forth is also a feature.
Right, and you think that's a good thing?
Yes.
Yes, more than dialogue or just dialogue?
Well, I think dialogue is where it begins. I think that part of the question, for example, one of the mistakes I think when it gets to innovation, one of the hard questions I think we've danced around a little bit here is there is no innovation without risk, there is no innovation without making mistakes, there is no innovation without making errors. And so an approach that tries to say, hey, we're going to prevent, you know, the majority of errors, if that was approached before we put cars on the road, we would not have cars on the road. We would not have electricity in the buildings, et cetera. You actually have to deploy, learn, and add in regulations. Like the car example is a good one because the industry and the consumers didn't want seatbelts. We knew specifically what harms were happening. And so they went and said, okay, now seatbelts, and you had to push the industry to make it happen. And it helps very much reduce fatalities. But it's on the basis of studying and knowing things.
Nabiha, what do you think?
Here's the difference between what's happening now and cars. When a car has a crash and someone goes through the window, you can see it, right? But the harms of AI may or may not be visible in that same clear way. So to me, I think a lot about what are the feedback loops between the harms that are possible and the innovation to fix it, right? Because any harm that you see is actually just white space for innovation, building something better. But how will we see that? Where will that come from? And to me, the importance of equipping civil society to understand how this technology works, to educate students so they know how it's working, for workers to understand how it's happening in their workplace, is not only to lift them up and have the positive innovation of the future, but also so we can course correct with the frequency and rapidity that we need for this to actually move in the right direction. Because the truth is, the rate of destroying things is a different rate than the rate of building things, right? It is easier to destroy than it is to build. So we're going to see bad actors mobilizing this for harm, and we don't want that to become the full picture of what this technology is capable of. But we can't be ostriches with our head in the sand about the fact that harms will happen. How will we know? How will we fix them? How does that build trust for what we think the technology can become?
Reed?
Well, actually, broad agreement, not surprising given the Mozilla shared background, but with the question of what you need to do as opposed to saying, hey, for example, some people say pause, stop until we can figure out all of these possible invisible harms, because there is millions and millions of possible negatives, and you don't get the future you want by just trying to wipe out all the negative ones. You have to build towards things, and I think that part of the exact thing of measuring, and yes, you could say, hey, look, I can't see going through the windows. Although the reason I use the seatbelt example is because consumers didn't want it either. And so even though they could see it, but I do think that making the invisible visible so that we can build the right innovation loops is precisely the kind of thing to be doing. And that's the work that the discourse around the industry is to try to make those the relevant things visible.
Ren, how much concern, if any, is there in a country like Japan that China and America seem to be so with a little bit of reflection. You've been in this business a little while. I don't know exactly how many years. You've seen waves of technological advancement. What do you think you can take from that sort of experience and history, witnessing what's happened in previous decades for this one?
Well, I think as technology is growing more and more important, I think the dialogues like this one are important to get a sense of what are the ways that we are trying to both, kind of put an information space around whoever's developing these technologies, including commercial. What are the ways that we nudge it and engage in kind of as we're kind of going down the road and building what is, kind of a partially unknown future, because it's kind of looking through a glass darkly about both, the risks and the opportunities. But I think that the tech companies now, I think more than ever, need to be able to articulate, here's our kind of our belief about what the kind of society needs are, what consumers, what kind of how individuals can participate. Here's how we're acting in terms of building our technology, and in order to have that dialogue of conversation about where we're going, because it's important that the broad interests of society at least have a dialogue around it.
Can I ask one cheeky question then, since you've sort of broadly raised it? The comments from Mark Zuckerberg, for example, about saying maybe we now need to tilt a little bit more towards more freedom of speech and less censorship. That dialogue, does that involve pivoting one way or another while still keeping the broad principles that are good for society?
Well, obviously, LinkedIn more reflects my point of view on these things. And, I think having civil dialogue and kind of a space for that, I think, is incredibly important. And what I would like to see more from the tech industry is less of a kind of a rollback where freedom of speech might mean, anti-vax misinformation or other kinds of things, and means more of a kind of a learning dialogue. And I think that it's important, however you get to the equivalent of fact-checking and other things, that we're innovating in that direction.
Thank you. It's time for questions from journalists around the world. Let's have the first one.
It seems that the AI competition will proceed mainly between the US and China. But how do you see the potential of Japan and the other regions?
Ren, I suppose that's one for you. It's a little bit of an echo of what you and I asked you earlier, but perhaps you would answer.
I think that, let me answer in two layers. The first one is a technical layer, and the second one is maybe the political layer. So the technical layer is that by having both Chinese and American camps developing their own technology, which is having more rippling effect to any country developing their own AIs, especially after the open source is getting huge, especially after the DeepSeek, people started to have a confidence that you can develop and own your own sovereign AI, which is giving a more power and more independent sovereignty to the country which is developing their own AI. But that's another thing to say is that maybe this is where another intersection between the industry and the government. But government can give some very specific use cases to the AI. My biggest frustration when we were talking about use cases now about AI is people are we only have a ChatGPT or Claude for the day-to-day usage. But at the same time, the Financial Times and BBC is talking about this extreme case scenario which is possible only by the sci-fi novel. I want to understand what are the building blocks. By having what kind of R&D, you can have what kind of use cases. Okay. I think the government or the public policy, for example, there's a COVID case or some war case scenario by the defense generals, you can give a lot of those interesting use cases, which is pushing the boundary of the AI use cases.
I'm just going to say, there was a time where computers would fill this room, and now we carry one the size of, I lose mine all the time, my phone. It's small enough to carry it around. I think we're at the computer the size of a room stage of AI. And so the burst in innovation that we're going to see globally is something that we should remain humble about, right? One of the lessons of DeepSeek, which is open weights, not true open source, but still illustrated something to us, is that there are going to be surprises here. And I think to be intentional about how we bring in the global south and recognize that innovation can come from anywhere. It's not lost on me that M-Pesa predated Apple Pay by 9 years, right? Innovations can come from all over. And there's innovations now that are making that, traditional barriers like concerns about safety, for example, even easier. Soon we'll hear an announcement, I think, at this summit about Roost, which is open source safety tools that exist, right? Safety being a big barrier for a lot of innovation. So we'll see global opportunity here.
We're just going to take the second question, then I'll come to you, Mariana.
In our rush to ensure the AI investment boom has an equitable outcome, do we risk compromising investment in the more basic digital infrastructure that certain developing nations are desperate for?
Mariana?
Sure. Oh, I was going to answer also the other one,
but
but they're related. I mean, what I find really interesting is that some countries are just obsessing about AI as a thing, as a technology. So industrial strategies will be like, we're going to invest in, in graphene, in AI, in automobiles, forgetting that actually AI is a general purpose technology that will be central to innovation in all those other sectors as well. And also forgetting a big lesson about the US military industrial complex is that no one actually said, we need the internet, we're going to be internet, superpower. They had problems to solve. The satellites had to communicate, the internet. The Navy needed to know where all the ships were. GPS was the answer. So what are the big problems of our time? And those will, of course, differ between countries. And that's the question, like, what is the difference between a so-called global north and global south country in terms of the biggest problems they're facing and how AI can help actually solve those problems? But coming to the second question, without a digital public infrastructure, and also one that is being governed with equity and justice and transparency at the center, then none of this is going to happen. And there's really different models right now. And the current European Eurostack model, which is very interesting in trying to bring kind of digital sovereignty, all the stuff that you're talking about, actually having citizens being informed as opposed to things happening at them. Shoshana Zuboff's famous quote that you think you're searching Google for free, Google searching you for free. All those issues are critical in terms of how we design the infrastructure. It's not just kind of bricks and mortar.
It's a good point at which to close the session. Thank you very much, because we're out of time. Please thank our panel for being here. Reid Hoffman, Ren Ito, Mariana Mazzucato, and Nabiha Saeed. Thank you very much. It was fascinating. We'll be back in just under 5 minutes with our next session of the day, looking at AI and the future of work. To make sure you're not going anywhere, a call went out ahead of the summit for AI projects that serve the public good. Nearly 800 submissions came in, and we're shining a spotlight on 2 of them. Sorry. Hello. Hello. Thank you.
And NPK, the most important and most basic nutrient for plants. The soil sensor can provide NPK readings at lab precision. The sensor will be buried under the soil to detect soil nutrients. The sensor will be connected to a transponder that will send going well. Bringing the technology to remote communities in rural area is a big challenge for us. That's why this AI tool is so critical to overcome both food security challenge and climate change in this century.
A little over 15% of the world's blind population resides in Africa. Odeon's renewed hope is thanks to a Nigerian startup that translates text to audio.
Vices is a digital mobile software that uses artificial intelligence technology to help the visually impaired and blind to read books independently and confidently. Vices works by scanning text of books using optical character recognition technology and text-to-speech technology, and it converts this captured text to audio output for the visually impaired users to listen to.
Welcome to Vices, your gateway to accessible reading. Enjoy immersive audiobooks.
In addition to reading text, Vices also has some interesting features such as color and objects and the same scanning feature. My message to the governments, especially the Nigerian government, for instance, is getting much more active in conversations that involve artificial intelligence, assisting developers, assisting entrepreneurs, pushing for building solutions that are tailored and majorly for Africans.
Hello, and welcome back to the AI Action Summit, brought to you by Project Syndicate. Still to come, Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. James Manika, Senior Vice President for Research, Labs, Technology and Society at Google. Audrey Tang, Senior Fellow at the Project Liberty Institute. Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, in conversation with Daron Acemoglu, winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics and MIT Professor of Economics. Now, for this session, we're talking innovation and the future of work, a subject that can sometimes bring up apocalyptic predictions about robots taking over the world. The reality is, of course, far more nuanced and depends hugely on who you are, where you are and what you do, myself included. Here to drill down further into who some of the winners and losers of tomorrow might be, we will have in a few minutes' time Sylvain Duranton, Global Leader of BCG, CEO and co-founder of Zindi Africa, Selena Lee, and James Manika. But first, let's have a look at the film. I'm Jo Coburn. Hello, I'm Jo Coburn. Hello, I'm Jo Coburn. Hi, I'm not Jo Coburn. I'm her digital replacement. Artificial intelligence newsreaders are already used all over the world.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Warm greetings to everyone.
But rather than a case of the robots coming for all our jobs, the way things play out is going to be very different around the world. In Japan, with its aging population and low immigration levels, AI could fill labour shortages. Whereas in India, automation could leave millions of contact centre workers without jobs. AI has huge potential to help some of the world's poorest farmers, improving crop yields and boosting productivity. technology bros out in California have been one of the big winners of the 21st century so far. But for how long?
Probably in 2025, we at Meta are going to have an AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer. That a lot of the code in our apps is actually going to be built by AI engineers instead of people engineers.
AI is quite likely the fastest evolving technology the world has ever seen. There will be huge winners and huge losers. For policymakers, is keeping up quite simply mission impossible. Now, for those of you who are extremely observant, you may have heard my voice through parts of that film, even as a potential future British Prime Minister. I found it all slightly disorientating, I should say, but fascinating. We're waiting for our third guest, but in the meantime, let me introduce our guests who are here for this discussion, which is about AI and work, the possibilities and presumably the risks and concerns. Sylvain Duranton, Global Leader of BCGX. CEO and co-founder of Zindi Africa, Selena Lee, and James Manika. Hello again. Welcome. Currently President for Research Technology and Society at Google and Alphabet, and also the co-chair of the UN High-Level Advisory Body on Artificial Intelligence. Let's give them a warm welcome. James, can I start with you? I know you were last in, and that might be a bit unfair, but I'm going to start with you anyway. What are the major trends when we talk about AI and work? The jobs that will be replaced and the jobs that might be created?
Well, thank you. Delighted to be here. I think most of the research we see and have been involved in suggests that basically three things are going to happen. There'll be some jobs that will be lost. These are jobs where many of the constituent tasks are ones that can be easily automated. So we'll see a decline in those. There'll be some jobs gained. These are either new jobs that will be created, but also demand for existing jobs that will actually go up as a result of the effects of AI and automation. And then the third thing that will happen is what you might think of as jobs changed. In fact, this is actually the bigger part. This is the amount of jobs that will change because AI is complementing how those jobs are done, and so those jobs will change. We actually think the estimates that I've seen in some of the research suggest that as much as 2/3 of jobs are actually going to be in that category of jobs changed, where the augmentation effect is going to be quite substantial.
What sort of timescale are we talking about broadly here?
This is looking at, say, the next decade or two, which is about as far as you can think about in terms of the kind of research that informs this.
Right. Sylvain, can I get you to look at this graph that we are going to show? You might recognise the research. It's from BCG. It suggests frontline workers in Global South regularly use generative AI more than in the North. Why is that?
There's much more enthusiasm. If you look at this survey and this study we did, there's much more enthusiasm on Gen AI than in the Global South than in the Global North. I think the reason for that is people see this as an opportunity rather than a threat. And you know, if I look at our own business, we're recruiting a lot in Africa. We are seeing a big community in Africa. Things are moving super fast in this part of the world. And I know there are concerns, and I hear in many panel discussion, let's be careful of increasing inequalities you know, in the world using Gen AI. I'm definitely super positive because what I can see is that Gen AI is enabling to attack what I think is one of the things which is most unfair in the world, which is educational rent. And through AI, you have people who cannot code, who can do part of the job of the coders. You have people who have not done medical and medicine studies who can do some of these activities. You have people, you know, which are trained to do things they could not do. You can use AI and you have service to do that at scale to learn how to speak English. And if you're in some parts of Africa or some parts of Asia, learning how to speak English for $10 per month, it's absolutely outstanding to get to new opportunities. So I think in a way this is the end of some of the rents we've been living upon, and I'm super optimistic of the outcome.
So you see it as a great leveller in that sense, potentially? Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Selena?
Yeah,
Exactly. I mean, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Zindi. We're the largest platform for data scientists and AI developers in Africa. And when I saw that graph, it sparked something in me, because what we've seen in the community, what makes, in some ways, the talent that we find in Africa unique is just the level of motivation, problem solving, just motivation to pick up the next tool. Oh, there's a new AI tool. Okay, I'm going to try it no matter what.
Well, that is interesting, that they're actually grabbing the opportunities more in those parts of the world than perhaps here.
I think that's the case. So you mentioned that I was co-chairing the UN high-level body. One of the things we did was to look around the world and got lots of input from, obviously, governments and other research. And one of the general trends within that was that generally the global south was actually a lot more optimistic about AI than the global north, which is interesting. But I think on this particular point about jobs and skills and who finds this interesting, I think you see some of that even in the developed economies. So often people who have had either no access to expertise or experience are actually getting more benefit from using these tools than those who do. So I think this point about it changes the dynamic and because a lot of people have had few opportunities. Either the barriers have been either expertise, education, or experience. And so if you look at some of the studies that have come out of Stanford and other places that suggest that often lower skilled workers using these tools actually do really well. So there's some work by Eric Brynjolfsson and others, and even the work by David Otter at MIT that also suggests this. So this has the potential to actually be uplifting for people who haven't had access to expertise and resources and skills.
I mean, one of the fears that is often expressed, and particularly in the UK when they're talking about lack of investment, just broadly, is that if companies are smart, they'll invest in AI. That will mean, or automation, and that will mean people losing those jobs. And where do they go and what do they do?
So you've got many economic theories on what will happen to jobs, and recent one with Acemoglu, by the way, which is bringing some light into that. If I move away from economy, which is not my field, but if I just look at business, we've recently surveyed close to 2,000 business leaders in the world to know where they stand with AI and what's going to happen with job and all of that. 7% foresee a decline of their workforce. 7%. Okay? 8% are netting out with the ins and outs, and the rest, more or less, stability. So I think the tsunami of layoffs and all that has been commented, at least they're not saying. You could say business leaders are always a bit shy to talk about restructuring and all of that. But in that same survey, which is 100% anonymous, 75% were saying we don't make any money out of our AI investment, showing that they were not shy in their answers. And that's also what we see in many situations. And I think, James, you said it. Once employees are, I would say, under steroid, amplified, whatever, using AI, they became much more productive, much more value add, and hence it's making them do more things. And one example in the call centers, which is quite staggering, you go to call centers, you deploy AI, you automate part of what the people do. You see also automate some full calls sometime, but you see at the same time more customer satisfaction, more employee satisfaction, and some of the tasks that were not profitable to do because the likelihood of a commercial success with an outbound call was low, is now becoming profitable because people can work much faster and much smarter. So it's not the case that we are seeing the start of a big layoff tsunami.
Right. I mean, is that a scenario you recognize?
Exactly. I think that, there was a lot of doomsday sayers in the beginning of Gen AI. And while there's not one study that really tells us definitively, it seems like there's a consensus in what I've seen that there isn't the tsunami that we expected. And I think that one of the ways, or one of the frameworks that I find useful that might start to understand this is that there's, when we look at a difference between replacement and disruption, and also a difference between, but the idea is that, Brookings had a study that said 30% of workers will have 50% of their tasks disrupted. So also separating the person and the tasks that they're doing. So in a way, I think I totally agree that it's what it's been proving to do is be an enhancer of the talent that is there. But the reskilling is absolutely critical in that sense.
Right. Well, let's pick up on the reskilling because we're talking about one half of the equation, if you like, and it's great to hear that you don't really see these doomsday scenarios. So how do you incentivize that skilling or upskilling once AI is doing some of the tasks that we do?
Yeah, I want to just make one quick comment on the previous part of the discussion. I think one of the things to think about demand for jobs, it's going to vary occupation by occupation.
Yes.
So we're finding, for example, that if you look at occupations where there's a lot of demand elasticity, when people actually then work with these tools, the demand for their work goes up dramatically. Now, there's some occupations where you don't quite have the same demand elasticity. You may not see the growth in occupations. You may see more displacement. In fact, there was a wonderful, very detailed study that the International Labour Organization just did looking across 140 countries, looking at something like 400 occupations. And the net result in that work was that something like the augmentation effect was actually 6 times the displacement effect, but the picture varied a lot, occupation by occupation.
Well, give us a flavour of the occupations. We're all dying to know in our occupations, are we still going to be in jobs, James, in 5 years' time?
No, so take occupations like the one that's often cited in these studies, radiologists. People have predicted that radiologists are going to disappear. Actually, it turns out that there's actually more radiology to be done. So the demand has actually gone up. So the demand for radiologists, even though they've been assisted by this technology, have actually gone up dramatically. So that's an example of an occupation where there's more demand for it. We just haven't been serving enough of it. Now, there'll be other occupations where the amount of demand for that activity is fixed, if you like. And so as you have people be augmented by this technology, they become more productive, that you need less of them. So that's why it's important to think about these, and by the way, these demand factors for these occupations also vary from economy to economy. From country to country. So I think it's worth keeping that in mind. But to your actual question about skilling, I think this is going to take everybody working on this. So, at Google, we're doing some of this ourselves. I think in the last decade, we've, I think, given digital skills to like over 100 million people around the world. We've actually, in addition to that, to do reskilling. But I think it's going to be important for employers, governments, and education institutions to work together in this. And this is particularly difficult at the moment when many governments are kind of experiencing somewhat austerity measures that limit the amount of public investment into workforce skilling. So that's going to be a challenge.
I mean, don't governments have to provide incentives to companies to do the skilling that will be needed, Selena?
I mean, I think there's a number of levers that governments should be looking at pulling to mobilize the resources that are needed, because it's not insignificant, that is true. But I think aside from the resources and incentivizing the right investments, I think the other reason why it's important to have government, private sector, civil society, universities working together on this is because in order for this to be sustainable, it also has to be very much an ecosystem play. You can't just drop a course into the middle of Africa and expect that that'll be a sustainable path forward, right? So we want to make sure that everything is working together, that we have the training that is preparing people for the jobs, that the companies are ready to also absorb this new upskilled labor as well.
Right. I mean, do governments have to come up with the money for this in order to make that start that ecosystem?
I believe a lot in this ecosystem building, but I think the number one incentive for companies still is to make money.
Yeah.
And if you do the upskilling, you can make money. But I think what is not stressed enough is the fact that amplifying, everyone wants to amplify, making people stronger, whatever, there is a cost. And maybe a small anecdote on us, BCGX, we were super early to deploy GitHub with our software engineers. We have more than 1,000 software engineers. We were super happy, 85% super happy to use GitHub. No impact on productivity, 0, double 0, okay? And we sort of tried to understand, and basically they use GitHub like you would use Word autocomplete. I start a line, it gives me the end, I pick for 3 options, it takes a bit of time, it prompts the next line, I see what I can do. Then, we said, okay, there's more to do with that, and we also started some work with clients on that. And in the end, we have a way to get to 2x productivity on our own software engineers. But to do that, we need a coach who knows exactly how to change the way people work, because it's not like I just autocomplete. It's a different way to think about user journeys, spec development, coding, testing, and all of that. We need one coach for one squad, call it 10 people, for 4 weeks.
Okay.
And we have 3,000 people. Okay. So the big cost is not the GitHub license, it's the cost of amplification. And if you do not do that, you don't amplify anyone, and you just make the software companies richer.
Interesting.
Yeah. I was going to add that I think your commentary is spot on. Incentives matter here too. One of the examples to look at, if you look at most economic systems in most countries, we've created enormous incentives for companies to invest in capital. They get, capital, capex write-off, R&D incentives. There's a lot of firepower in terms of incentives to invest in those kinds of things. If you compare the amount of incentives set up for companies to invest in human capital, they're much less. So this is, I think, one of the things that's going to need to change, which is how do we create incentives, equivalent, not instead of, but equivalent to the kinds of incentives we give companies to invest in capital, to also invest in reskilling. I think this is particularly important. While, at some level, companies like Google, we can do these things. If you're a company in, say, the retail sector, where the average tenure of your employee might be 6 months, think about whether, to what extent are you going to invest in skilling when you've got that kind of tenure on the job? So I think the role of incentives in some sectors is going to matter a lot.
Right. Well, I mean, how will companies, smaller companies or farming, how are they going to manage that sort of transition, Selena?
To transition into using AI.
And to skill their workforce if, as you say, they're more insecure, it's more transient, it's sort of short-term contract.
I mean, I think right now we're talking about companies skilling their own teams and their own employees, but I think it's a much broader conversation, right? It's something where the general public needs access to these types of skills, no matter what job they're in. I mean, we've had people on the Zindi platform who went from being a chef into the AI space and now working as a machine learning engineer, at a big company in South Africa. So we don't want to just say, okay, within the company. So I think, just like I said, this whole ecosystem has to be lifted. I think I want to say something about the upskilling, though. Like this, this AI revolution is opening up 2 different angles that we have to pay attention to in upskilling. One is, yes, retooling the people who are working in marketing, the attorneys, everything. The accountants can use AI tools in different ways. I mean, just as you were saying, they didn't know how to use GitHub to its optimal. So how do we do that? But then secondly, it's also opening up on the other end a whole new set of careers that didn't exist before, building the AI solutions. And so that's also where we need to invest in as well.
Right. Sylvain, you're nodding in agreement. That also needs to be a focus. Moving, as you've said, Selena, from one occupation into an AI space.
Yes, I think, and there will be broad use of AI, and we are seeing in some parts of the world, in Southeast Asia, for instance, a lot of independent farmers starting to use AI solutions for, to just do better their farming and increase the yield on their crop. Just wanted, James, on what you said on the incentive. I completely agree. I think it's super important, especially in Europe. I think in Europe, it's trying to avoid disincentive to employ people and to work. There were some talks about taxing robots. Why not? I don't know. But I think in any case, to your point, I think thinking through the rebalancing of capital versus human capital in terms of tax could be something that would be very important, because we have to defend jobs, and amplified and very productive jobs.
Yeah. One of the things that is exciting, though, is that one of the remarkable things about this technology, unlike previous digital technologies were always historically thought of as what's called skill-biased technical change, meaning the more educated, high-skilled workers got the most out of it in terms of their jobs. This could reverse that.
Do you really think so?
Think about what level of training do you need to be able to interact with an AI model? Very little. You can describe things in ordinary language. and then you can get the tools to do these extraordinary things. So the barrier to use these tools is much, much, much lower. In fact, it might even reframe the question: what do we even mean by training, actually? Because a lot of these tools don't need a lot of kind of formal training in the way that we've thought about training before. I think that's an opportunity. That's an opportunity. Okay. So I think the more we can also even just think about how to drive adoption by both, workers using these tools. I think, in some ways, the workforce that's at risk is the workforce. People are not at risk from machines. I think people are at risk from people using machines, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Right? So I think the workers who are going to be using these tools are going to be a lot more productive than those who don't.
Oh, wow. You heard it here first, very briefly, and then we have to finish. Selena, go.
Well, I just want to go back to the other part of the builders of the AI solutions.
Yeah.
And, I think you're totally right. Sometimes when people ask me, do you use AI? But it's like, if you use software, if you use LinkedIn, if you use your Gmail, you are using AI every single day. So I think the key is that you're right, like people are using software that is powered by AI. So how do we make sure that that software is geared and adapted to the specific context of the market needs in any context? And I think that, in my experience in Africa, the software isn't always adapted to that specific context, right? So we want to make sure that the builders of those solutions, of the software, of the products, understand the market. And the best way we can do that is by diversifying the people who are building the AI solutions.
So much to think about, and we could go on, I know, but we can't. Please thank Sylvain Duranton, Selena Lee, and James Manika for joining us. It is all we have time for this session, but there is still lots more from us today. Still to come, Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, Jean-Paul Barrot, France's Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, and Darren Acemoglu, Professor of Economics at MIT and the winner of last year's Nobel Prize in that field. But for now, we're going to take a short break and come back in about half an hour. Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello and welcome.
We're live in New York City for Climate Week.
This Project Syndicate conference today with some great speakers.
We're coming together to discuss a topic no less important than the future of life on Earth.
We've just entered what is the decisive decade.
This is about saving the conditions that have allowed the human race to survive.
The world's green recovery from the pandemic is the centre of a virtual conference which will feature speakers from across the world.
It's time to open up the floor with questions from journalists around the world.
Leaders need to listen. The choice is a radical change today or disaster tomorrow.
The crisis of relevance of the United Nations is, I think, much bigger than many people want to admit.
So the question is, are we ready to change?
researchers, scientists. That's where the leadership of the world's 7 most advanced industrialized economies is so important. See, this year, Canada is once again presiding the G7. And once again, AI will be on the agenda, with 3 pillars this time: powering it, adopting it, and sharing it. First, G7 leaders will be working to make sure we have a plan in place so our economies have access to clean and reliable energy to power AI. And on the flip side, find ways to leverage AI to find and create new power sources, improve efficiency, and build more flexible and reliable energy grids. Second, on adoption, we'll be working to empower leaders like you to drive further economic growth around the world, which means ensuring that workers, that small and medium-sized businesses also benefit from AI's technological infrastructure and innovation to improve their productivity, enhance their competitiveness, and create more and better jobs for everyone. And the third pillar is on making sure we share the AI revolution with the world so that developing countries can be included in this technological transformation and not just reap its benefits, but drive it forward in new and creative ways that we need to see. If AI truly lifts up emerging economies and empowers their citizens, we will all prosper. It comes down to building trust. Once workers see that AI, rather than taking their jobs, is instead assisting, enabling, and empowering them, they'll be more ready to embrace it at work and at home. Once investors see businesses thrive thanks to AI innovation, they'll be more confident when investing in entrepreneurs who lean on it. Let's show workers that AI can be a powerful tool in their hands, in their toolbox. Let's show small businesses that adoption means growth. Let's show markets that this is not a bubble. Let's show our citizens that we have the frameworks in place to build that necessary trust in a time of change. As with all new technologies, the first few years of development are a bit rock and roll. Governments and businesses are facing new challenges, new disruptions, but also new opportunities. That's why the path forward must be working together with like-minded partners as we maintain the competition that is healthy for innovation, but keeping in mind the requirements to keep people safe. The technologies we are building right now will have massive transformative impacts on every aspect of our lives. And you can speak to anyone in this entire conference. Nobody will say with certainty what the future is going to look like 10 years from now. What'll be great about it, what'll be terrible about it. But right now, we have a responsibility to be having those conversations that figures out how we make sure that we're being really thoughtful about the world we are creating. Because now is when it's being decided, here and everywhere else around the world. But allow me for a moment, in front of an audience from every corner of the world, to be very, very proud of Canada and of Canadians. If you're looking for a strong AI partner, a reliable AI partner, a trustworthy AI partner, Canada is it. We have renowned academic institutions, innovative businesses, prolific tech incubators, and the best educated workforce of all OECD countries. We're home to brilliant minds like Joshua Bengio, Jeffrey Hinton, and Rich Sutton, and innovative businesses like Cohere and Erudi. We have the critical minerals needed to build this technological revolution, specialized semiconductor expertise, and one of the world's cleanest electricity grids. And yes, we're reasonable and always polite. We have all the building blocks for the future of the world's economy. Sure, it gets cold in Canada, But I know that a room filled with researchers in AI and investors in AI can get excited at a place that's 30 below for a few times of the year, which means half price on cooling for your data centers. Canada is a global leader when it comes to nuclear energy as well. From vast reserves of high-quality uranium to top scientists and nuclear engineers to the practical expertise that comes with large-scale operations and innovation for decades. And by the way, let me say this once and for all, as an environmentalist, for me, the debate is over. Large-scale nuclear reactors must be part of the solution for the future, because if we're not willing to embrace nuclear now, then coal-powered AI from other parts of the world will shape the coming decades for the worse. Si je vous dis ça, c'est pas juste pour vanter tous les mérites du Canada. C'est pour illustrer les résultats de choix stratégiques qu'on a faits pour bâtir une économie qui est prête pour le futur. Tout ça, c'est pas arrivé par accident. C'est arrivé parce qu'on a cru au potentiel de nos travailleurs, entrepreneurs et innovateurs. Parce qu'on a investi et on va investir pour les appuyer. Comme on l'a fait dès 2017 avec notre stratégie pan-canadienne en matière d'IA, une première dans le monde. Malgré tous les défis auxquels on fait face, je suis profondément optimiste quant à l'avenir de l'intelligence artificielle. L'IA est déjà en train de révolutionner le monde de la médecine en aidant à diagnostiquer des patients et à trouver de nouveaux traitements et en développement de nouveaux antibiotiques capables de s'attaquer aux bactéries résistantes aux antibiotiques. L'IA peut améliorer l'efficacité de nos chaînes d'approvisionnement et de nos entreprises grandes et petites. Elle peut faire de même avec les gouvernements et améliorer les services rendus aux citoyens à un moment où la confiance dans nos institutions est plus importante que jamais. Elle peut nous permettre d'éviter le gaspillage alimentaire, rendre nos professionnels plus autonomes et compétitifs. L'IA peut même nous aider à surmonter le plus grand défi auquel on fait face comme espèce, les changements climatiques, à condition qu'elle soit elle-même alimentée par des énergies vertes. Si on fait ça comme du monde, l'IA peut améliorer la vie de chaque citoyen et élever leur travail pour refléter leur plein potentiel, pas juste dans les pays avancés, mais partout dans le monde. Mais pour ça, nous devons tous être responsables et penser pas seulement au court terme ou à l'immédiat, mais aux conséquences de nos choix, de nos inclusions, de nos algorithmes, de nos recherches, qui vont avoir un impact profond pour les années à venir. Mais bien sûr, quand je rencontre des gens créatifs et innovateurs qui sont en train de bâtir cet avenir, c'est impossible pour moi de ne pas être optimiste et même inspiré. Il n'y a aucun doute que si on travaille tous ensemble de façon raisonnée et raisonnable, de grandes choses nous attendent. Dans les mots du président François Mitterrand, dans une citation que j'ai toujours trouvée un peu plutôt lapalicienne, mais apte, il y a toujours un avenir pour ceux qui pensent à l'avenir. Merci beaucoup. Thank you all. Have a good panel.
Merci beaucoup. I very much enjoyed the self-promotion of Canada, and why not? Thank you again to Prime Minister Trudeau. And as we heard from the Prime Minister, I mean, there are so many issues to talk about. He talked about responsibilities of governments and how empowering AI can be. But there are challenges too. And one of the big issues here at the summit is AI and sustainability. The technology uses huge amounts of energy, some warn dangerous amounts. But on the flip side, artificial intelligence could well be one of the most necessary tools in the fight against climate change.
Power used by data centers could double by 2026. Globally, data centers alone would be using as much electricity as Japan.
In just one day, the average data center could use 300,000 gallons of water to cool itself.
There's a lot of different ways that AI will learn in the future, but nonetheless, it's going to take energy to do so.
The big breakthroughs come when AI teaches you about material science, like, okay, I can make a solar cell without using silicon, helping you with that fundamental design of the green product.
Now, before we get started with our panel, a reminder that you don't have to be on stage here at the Grand Palais to be part of the conversation today. Can AI be a net positive for the planet? Get your voices heard using hashtag #PSEvents. Now, let's get into our big discussion. Joining me on stage, we have Alexander Vollert, AXA Group Chief Operating Officer and AXA Group Operations CEO. Founder and CEO of African startup Amini is Kate Callett. Sasha Lucioni, AI and climate lead at Hugging Face, and the chairman and CEO of Total Energies, Patrick Pouyanné. A very warm welcome to all of you. Sasha, I'm going to start with you, just to give you a little heads up, but let's take a look at a clip I think we can show you now.
If you look at electricity use in Ireland, 21% of it is used by data centres, which is a massive amount. When you look at water use, each one uses between 500,000 litres and 5 million.
It's expected these data centres will consume a third of Ireland's electricity by 2026. Fears of rolling blackouts has led to an unofficial moratorium on new data centres in Dublin until 2028.
You've spoken out in the past about Ireland limiting data centres. Why?
Because it's becoming, a sticking point is becoming really a point of tension between citizens and data centres. And I mean, 21% is an extraordinary amount. And I think that we have to spread the load a little bit. We have to distribute it and not concentrate it in places where, citizens are pushing back.
Right, because Alexander, AXA research has suggested that the power consumption of computing could in 10 years account for 60% of all energy produced. That has implications for climate change, but also far beyond.
Absolutely, and every company as a responsible member of the economy and society wants to reduce carbon footprint. But while we're reducing it by 2025 by 20%, for information technology and communication technology, it increases by 10% only for our remit. And I think that's quite a challenge, and we're just at the beginning of an exponential pickup. So there is more to come, and we have, of course, to control that in a better way.
Right. I mean, Patrick, what concerns are there in the energy industry about the potential needs of AI?
We know that today these data centers represent 2 to 3% of the global energy demand. By 2030, there are different analyses, but it's probably triple, double to triple, so 4, 5, 6%, which is a big increase because at the same time, I remind you, because of climate change, we are all driving for controlling energy consumption, in fact, to be more efficient. So, and in fact, the reality is that the main challenge for us is that these entrepreneurs, they want immediately, tomorrow morning, this energy to be available, So they want it available today, they want it reliable, and they want it also affordable, because price is of essence, always with energy. And sometimes they can forget the sustainability part of it, because the rush to energy could lead, for example, we have listened last 10 days ago to the speech of the new president in the US, these big data parks, where you will put together behind the meters some data centers and factories of gas-fired power plant, obviously, will be source of more CO2. So that's a challenge. And to combine, in fact, the urgency, I would say, there again, with the capacity of the industry to deliver this electricity, knowing that we face in the world, I would say, some issues sometimes with the grid's reliability. So it comes at a time where we're also transitioning the way we produce electricity, and so it's an additional challenge. But of course, for us, it's a new market, so plenty of opportunities as well to develop new ways to produce and efficiently this electricity.
But when that tension is there, you call it a challenge, and it is a challenge. Will sustainability and reducing our carbon footprint be put to one side in order to get the sort of reliable, affordable streams of energy while AI is being developed? Sasha?
I think that if we keep adopting this approach of hyperscale data centers, of having to do 1 gigawatt, 10 terawatts in a single place, then of course what Patrick says is true, because you need a concentration of energy that's in one single spot and a huge amount of it. And of course renewables struggle with that because they tend to be, I mean, it's not the same. You can't just, for example, data centers typically need a lot of energy round the clock. And with renewables, of course, that can be hard. But if you start doing distributed compute, if you start spreading the load a little bit without putting pressure on a single point, then you can use, I mean, a more green mix of energy, maybe not 100%, but at least you can have different energy sources for smaller amounts of compute, in given places.
Right. One of the conversations, Kate, I was having here in Paris last night was about water.
Yeah.
Because everyone talks about energy, and this young woman was saying to me, but we need to now really focus on where these data centers are being built because of the amounts of water that are going to be needed.
Yeah, we're actually running out of water. So on top of the energy crisis, add a water crisis, and by 2030, we will be at 40% more of the water that's available in the world. So we've been talking about agriculture consuming a lot of water, trying to transition farmers to regenerative agriculture to save more water. We've been going after the fashion industry to tell them to also save more water because your T-shirt consumes gallons and gallons of water. But now we're actually adding a third issue, which is the infrastructure. And a lot of our countries who still have communities that don't have access to safe water today are already thinking about building data centers because they need to catch up to that race to computing and to AI.
Are you saying that they just shouldn't be built in those areas where there is already a bit of strain on water resources?
I actually think it's unfair to say they shouldn't be building because what historically happened is that the global north has been driving a lot of those innovation, taking the leap, having a head start, and then we realized that we actually are running out of water, energy, and we're expecting everybody to adapt and mitigate, including the global south. And we're expecting them, as the moment they realize that they actually also need those infrastructure to drive the sort of economic value that AI is supposed to realize in their country, we're asking them to restrict themselves.
Yes.
Without even giving them the choice to be able to pick what is the right infrastructure and solutions for their countries and their community. So I do think we have an opportunity. We always talk about leapfrogging in renewable and clean energy in the global south. But what Sasha was saying, organizing as a block, doing south-to-south collaboration, have shared resources, pool those resources, data centers, smaller compute nodes in different countries. And I think it's an opportunity to create a new blueprint for the global south.
Yep. Do you welcome that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but I think you can water, cooling data centers is of primary importance. But we are moving from technologies. We can forget water. We can go to air. We can go to specialized liquid cooling. For example, Total Energies, my company, we have today really innovating in proposing some different liquids rather than water. So we can be optimistic. Of course, if we want immediately we'll use a lot of water, but we should avoid it. It's like for electricity. Let's look to innovation to bring to these data centers the energy and water they need, or liquids, cooling systems in it.
Alexander?
There is a part, I think, that also as, on the demand side, as customers, so to speak, we can influence. We can influence the way, we also encourage frugal AI, so making sure that it's becoming more efficient. And we have just seen recently, Mistral is a nice French example, but we have also seen with DeepSeek, in the way you craft AI, you can do it with less energy. And the second is, you don't always need to have and use an LLM for a very simple question. So there is a lot that we can still optimize, and we're just at the beginning. And I think there is a huge amount of leakage if we just project the same energy consumption of AI that we have today. I think we would do something really wrong.
Can I build upon that? Actually, here at the summit, I'm presenting the AI Energy Score project, which is inspired by EPA's Energy Star ratings in order to compare the energy efficiency of different AI models for different tasks. Because AI is not a one-size-fits-all technology, and it doesn't make sense to use LLMs for everything. So what we did is we benchmarked hundreds of open source models for different tasks, some image generation, text generation, I don't know, voice recognition, things like that. And then we gave them ratings, but relative ratings to their category. And that can help people be like, oh, I want to do image generation, so I'll choose the 5-star model for that task, but it's going to be a completely different range than text classification, which are typically smaller models. And then it makes LLMs look bad, frankly, because you have this small model that can also do sentiment analysis, for example.
Well, I like that phrase, frugal AI and scorecards. I mean, let's focus on the positives, because, of course, everyone is very much hoping AI is going to tackle some of the issues of climate change, if not climate change itself. We're going to show everyone some pictures now of InstaGeo, one of the projects that's being showcased at the summit. They specialize in high-quality data to predict, as you can see here, swarms of locusts, one of the most dangerous and destructive pests on the planet. Kate, you also run a number of startups. What other sort of innovative ideas are companies coming up with?
I think we're hearing a lot about boosting crop yields in the global south and supporting farmers to get better adaptation techniques, but also being able to build early warning systems in regions that do not have access to them today. So for me, I think it's less about the actual solutions that are being built, but more about the community who is building them. And for that, you would look at the wealth of the global south, which is basically our youth, especially in Africa. They're already digitally native, and they know how to use a lot of these tools. We talk about frugal AI. I was actually at the inception of TinyML, which was Edge AI years ago, and 2 of the largest chapters are actually in Nigeria and Kenya. Why? Because the only thing that these developers could put their hands on was not GPUs, but was actually smaller computing, like edge computing.
So they're more nimble.
They're more nimble. And given the choice, they will actually pick the platform that will help them solve their problems the fastest and the most efficient way. But also they've been able to build beautiful solutions for their communities, from wildlife monitoring, deforestation, and also early warning systems in terms of weather and floods. So it's already happening. It's already there. We just have to surface those innovations a bit more.
But I suppose there is still this contradiction at the heart of even the discussion we're having here, is that AI can be a solution, I get, and also where it's happening, but it does also burn a lot of energy.
Yeah, but look, if I'm in my field of energy, when you produce electricity with renewables, it's intermittent. There are plenty today. We are developing modeling thanks to AI in order to optimize the way we will produce the renewables, combine them with batteries, hybridization of these tools, combining them with the grids. So in fact, AI is directly applicable to optimization of energy systems, and in particular, again, in the field of electricity, because data is native to electricity, electrons are data. And so, in fact, there is a huge field, and today in Paris, at Station F, I invite you, we have an incubator with tens of startups, which are only working for Total Energies on the specific topic of to use AI to optimize these electricity value chains between renewable, batteries, grids, and trading. So that's really, AI, in fact, is really bringing solutions also in the energy field.
Well, actually, when we talk about AI, so the examples that Kate gave and the examples that Patrick gave, they're not LLMs, they're not foundation models, they're very task-specific models. Optimization models are super efficient. Right. They're trained on specific data, same for crops, same for floods. And so I think that when we talk about AI as problematic or having high climate impacts, we're mostly referring to LLMs and those big models that use, hundreds of thousands, millions of hours of GPU, but they're not the same models that are helping the climate. LLMs haven't really shown themselves to be very useful in terms of fighting climate change so far.
Right, so you can see the sort of gains technologically in offsetting the carbon footprint of AI companies.
Well, I think the jury is still out, but I think, well, first of all, I would second what was said. I think, most of the solutions today are classical AI machine learning solutions, and they work really well. with the pickup of LLMs and the increasing energy consumption, I think we need to have more transparency of what's going on, because I'd be happy to manage all of this in a more, transparent and end-to-end way.
So what's stopping you doing it?
Well, I just don't know. Some of the
We don't have enough
providers,
information.
I just don't know what the greenhouse gas consumption of some of those models is, and I do not have solutions today that pick the right model for the corresponding question.
Right.
And I think that's a bit of an underestimated optimization topic. But if we would have, the right steering of the question into the right model, and with the democratization of AI, you cannot leave that to the end user. He would never know. I mean, what's the best model underneath, kind of a question you have? I don't know. You don't know. We all don't know. But we should have actually some guidance there to know that, okay, so if we know kind of this is the number of tokens we use for that model, this is the carbon footprint that we're generating with that, do we want it or not? Or do we want to ask another model that is more specifically trained, a smaller one that has less emission?
Yeah, in a recent study I did last year, for example, we compared extractive question answering, so essentially finding an answer to a question in a text, and generative question answering. And the models in the same task, it's 20 to 30 times more energy for a generative model to answer the same set of questions as an extractive one, because instead of finding the words in the document, it's essentially creating them from scratch. It's generating them based on the data it was trained on. And so, I mean, there's all sorts of other things like hallucinations, et cetera, but just it's not efficient. It's not made to do what you want it to do. If you want a question answered and you have a document, a Wikipedia article, extractive question answering makes more sense. And so what Alexander said is that, for example, for web search engines, most of the time you're looking for information that exists already, right? So using generative AI for that may not be the most efficient way of using resources.
And in fact, the reality is, you are right, what is the real use of LLMs, of generative AI? It's very fashionable today. Everybody's rushing to that. We see some nice examples, but fundamentally in our companies, I fully agree. In fact, we need more specific AI, more machine learning. And today, for example, in my company, I have given Copilot to 30,000 people. And this year, we will make a survey to understand how do they use it. Why is it useful? It's fun, maybe, for sure. And so we are today going through all of them to try to understand what is real added value. And so I think that we are just at the beginning, and the mistake might be to believe that we go to a big Manhattan plan, that we need to cover the planet of data center for LLMs. And in fact, we might discover in a few years or even months that in fact there are other ways to answer to this point. And honestly, the news coming from China, we like it or not, we have to take it into consideration. If really they are been able to develop a generative AI, maybe cheaper, with much lower consumption, then that's changed a lot. This debate that we have
What was your reaction to hearing that?
I think it's possible.
Think
I think it's clearly possible.
They used a lot less energy for training, I mean, reportedly. But when you use the model, I mean, the first studies have shown that it uses more energy because it's doing chain of thought, which generates more text. Instead of saying, whatever, Susie has 5 apples and Tommy has 6, it's going to give you the whole explanation of why it came to that answer, and that actually uses more energy. So maybe we kind of solved part of the training issue, but if everyone starts stuffing chain of thought models into interfaces, right, and chatbots and whatnot, I think it would make things worse, honestly.
So therefore, at balance, I think if we have, if we use all the optimizations that we have in today's energy production, and leverage AI to optimize it, in the end, kind of we might end with a positive balance. At the same time, the whole kind of spatial AI is right around the corner, and this will pick up, computer power, but also the need for energy even further. So, it's a bit of a race, I think, that we are in, and the only way to win the race is we need to have transparency.
How do we win the race?
How do we win the race? I think over the past 2 years, we've equaled AI to generative AI and foundation models.
Right.
So everything is about building the biggest models, billions of parameters, but also building the biggest supercomputer in the world. Actually forgetting that AI is a tool. Technology is a tool. It's not an end. It's a mean to an end. I need to optimize for a specific problem I'm trying to solve, and therefore I need to focus on efficiency. And I think we'll see about the research, but what DeepSeek has created, especially for the developers in Africa, is a little bit of a confidence boost because they didn't have access to those GPUs.
It shows that other ways of doing things is possible, right? You don't have to brute force it in order to get results.
So it didn't have to just be the US, for example. I mean, interesting. On that point, Kate, I'm going to show everyone this graph. If you have a look at it, it shows individuals using the internet. Okay, it's from 2023, but you can see 67% in the world, 37% in Africa. I suppose people might be thinking, gosh, a third of people don't use the internet across the world and 2/3 in Africa. What might that mean? You've spoken about the positives, how nimble the Global South and Africa could be. They're encouraged by the opportunity, perhaps, of DeepSeek sort of jumping ahead. But what does that mean in terms of leveraging AI?
That reminds us that the digital divide is still real.
Yeah.
And it's becoming an AI divide, a compute divide, but the root cause is the digital divide. And now you're thinking that a lot of those large language models are trained using scrapping data from the internet. But if you have 2.6 billion people, most of them in Africa, cut out of internet, that means a lot of those data sets are not representative of us. So we are completely invisible to those models.
And that perpetuates also, as they're used in the real world, it perpetuates the stereotypes that are represented in the data, right? Be it image generation, text generation, whatever's in the data is going to get sent off into the world to replicate, to multiply on social media, et cetera, and whatever's represented in that data is going to, continue.
And then more broadly, Sasha, can we really expect companies and maybe industry to sort of put sustainability, prioritize it over their own development in AI particularly? I mean, it's not something we see very often, is it?
I've struggled a lot with this. I think that it's unfair to expect of companies to not focus on profit, because that's why companies exist, right? But on the other hand, I do think that nowadays, since we're living this crisis and since we have things like the triple bottom line, it's not only about money. Yes, profit matters, but at the cost of X. And I really agree with transparency, because once you say, okay, we made this profit, great, but maybe we made this profit at this cost to the planet, to people, et cetera, in terms of natural resources, it starts putting things into perspective. And, to kind of do a sort of a metaphor, like, for example, if you report accuracy and you say, we got 99.9% on whatever, and then, but at what cost? Did it cost 1 million GPU hours? And who can afford to put in 1 million GPU hours for that performance, right? And so I think that things around the digital divide, around profit and sustainability are actually really, really linked. And I mean, originally, for example, there were 3 pillars of sustainability. It was environmental, economic, and social. And we tend to forget that. We tend to focus on sustainability as the environmental set of things, but it was actually economic sustainability. It's part of these 3 pillars.
Right. Do you agree? Will companies prioritize?
I think it's a matter of putting them together. In fact, it's not, of course, a company objective is a profit first, but we have a planet with limited resources, and I think the climate, it's not only a climate, but this issue, as I think, is people are aware, young people are aware, so we feel the pressure of the society. Then the question is, how do we combine progress? Because what is wrong is to believe that sustainability will lead, and there is debate, you are in Europe today, about lack of growth or, decreasing business model. That does not work. In fact, the people want to continue to have progress, to have growth. And the real debate for us is, how do you continue to grow? Which means, for example, for Africans, more energy, but less emissions, more sustainability. That's a big, and I think this has evolved in many other companies. It's more taken on board. Then, of course, you have to make this arbitration between both. And I think for TotalEnergies, for example, that's why we are one of the largest oil and gas companies, but we have decided to embark into renewables, electricity. And now we are investing 30% in renewables and electricity, and we are demonstrating we can do that profitably. Of course, I have shareholders who ask me, why do you put so much money, billions of dollars, in these intermittent renewables? But in fact, we are defining a new product, what we call clean firm power, and we have these AI firms which are coming to us, and in order to find a way to make more energy, more electricity, but less emissions. That's what we need to be able to do together.
Alexander?
Yeah, and on a company level, I still believe we have a responsibility on our own. I don't need a regulator telling me that I should start working on sustainability. We have started that already 2020. We have also in terms of procurement with all our providers and vendors, clear targets in terms of decarbonization for the next years to come.
You're going to stick with those targets?
Well, actually, that's one of our key, one of the key selection criteria with which companies we want to work for. But there is also a large alignment of interest, especially when it comes to AI, because I mean, if we're generating greenhouse gas, it automatically is also more expensive. So you have an own interest in reducing that. So I think there is, at least from a company level consuming, there is quite an alignment.
Right, well this is a good point actually, following on from what you've all said. To show you another graph, Patrick, I'll get you to respond first of all. Energy used in data centres, and you can see the amount of renewable energy and other energy sources, 62%. How hard would it be to get that number to 100%?
That's very difficult, to be honest, because it's intermittent, so you need to combine one with batteries, with flexible assets. You need to combine. There is no way to have a world covered only of renewable because of intermittency. But with battery, with some few gas-fired power plant, this model can work, and it works in the US. Let's be clear today, our largest customer are in Texas. In Texas today, we have built 4 gigawatts of renewables. We have some gas-fired power plants. Each renewable farms that we are building are linked to batteries. And we managed to find more and more customers to that. So the idea, and I think that's, I noticed, by the way, that recently President Trump answered that electricity could come from any type of source for data centers. Any type of source. I asked him the question in Davos, he answered any type of source. People did not follow that. It's very important. It's not only gas and coal, it's also renewables. And when you discuss with Amazon, Google, and others, and other providers, they are willing to find a way to have some sustainable. But of course, if they want it tomorrow, that will be more complex. By the way, nuclear, everybody's speaking about nuclear.
Yes, but it takes time.
But it takes time. You will not build nuclear plants in a road. So from this perspective, again, if we can, but renewables, of course, intermittency, it's also, we need to invest as well in grids.
Right, I mean.
Because this is the infrastructure. And that's something that people tend to forget. Because even if you make, again, a big data park, an independent one behind the meter, if you want it to be reliable, you need to have a backup from the grid. Otherwise, you could face some difficulties. So it's a complex point, but I'm optimistic with the statistics. I think we are, yes.
You're pleased with it at 62%?
Yes, 62% renewable for data centers. I mean, you would have believed that 10 years ago?
No, I was surprised.
So, but it's reality of what is happening. And this is where policymakers are making mistakes. The reality, for example, today in the US, is that it's the second largest country where we can build renewables. And it's true in many states. Because they have land, because they have the sun, the wind, and we are investing. We are the number 5 investor in renewable in the US. And that's the reality. And I don't believe that the politics will change that way because it's already embarked. And it's also true in the Middle East where you can build data centers. It's also true in many countries. And of course, in Europe. Nuclear will come, but it will take longer time.
Well, and it may take 10 years. But we heard Prime Minister Trudeau saying the same thing. It needs to be part of the mix in order to move away from fossil fuels.
But we were talking about growth, right? If it's going to double or triple, I'm worried that that pie chart might change because...
Well, go the other way.
Yeah, because essentially building out the renewable capacity to keep that proportion might be trickier, especially if the growth happens. I think it's like doubling by 2026, which is like next year. So it's like, can we keep that proportion, the 60 whatever percent, with the timeline of a year from now?
If you want to build a gas-fired power plant, it takes 2 to 3 years. No, they are not on the stage there, so you need also to build.
I realize, but you can keep them online. For example, what we've seen in the United States is that they keep coal power plants online longer. They were supposed to decommission them, and they're keeping them longer because there's this demand from data centers. And so I'm wondering, that might be true based on data from 2023, but how about data from 2026?
Kate?
I love that because from my perspective, in the country I live, 90% of the grid is already clean and renewable. So where are you starting to actually look at building data center? The one thing that you have is renewable energy. So I wonder how we're going to be able to capitalize on what Africa already has and the resources that Africa already has in solar, in hydro, in geothermal to actually build that perfect sustainable template for data center and computing.
Okay, so you're blazing a trail then in terms of that 90% usage. When you look at that at 62%, which way do you think the graph is going to go as AI?
On the
fast moving,
on the continent, because the infrastructure is not there And because we already are powering our entire grid with renewable, that's what we will be using. So I will be curious to see in a couple of years when that infrastructure gets developed, what this looks like for Africa. And I believe that Africa will be way above those 62%.
Okay. A final word from you, Alexandra, before we take questions from journalists. How important are conferences like these, summits, getting people together, panels like this to discuss these issues?
Well, I mean, you know, we're in such a fast-paced environment. There is so much happening in the whole AI space, and it's getting much more attention. I mean, we're, as a company, already 10 years on that journey, so it's not new to us, but out of a sudden, everybody's interested in it. And honestly, that's a good thing.
Let's take this first question from journalist. Her name is Louise Osborne. She asks, there are already models, we've spoken about DeepSeek, being developed that claim to use less in the way of resources. Is it possible that as we continue to develop new and more advanced AI models, these sustainability problems could disappear or at least substantially reduce? Patrick, you're nodding.
Yeah, I'm optimistic about it.
Yeah.
I think everything is progressing, including components, you know, are progressing, so where we use energy. So I think that's a message, in fact, to all these developers. You must also be creative, not only for LLMs, but also to optimize the way they will be operating in terms of energy. And so I think it's just at the beginning of this industry, and you have billions being invested. So and all these engineers, I'm sure we will find solutions. So I'm optimistic about that point.
I think we should think a little bit about rebound effects. So I think that we wrote a paper, published it last week, about Jevons paradox in AI. So what we're seeing is more powerful GPUs, you can train bigger models for longer, and yet energy use is rising. People are using bigger, more computationally intensive models for things that they used to do with good old-fashioned AI, random forest, et cetera. And so I think that the human component is actually non-negligible because, yes, sure, GPUs are more efficient, but then people are using them more. And so how is this rebound effect going to continue, propagating? Are we going to continue just snowballing in the energy use? Because actually the IEA, I think, Lawrence Berkeley published a report where they project up to 12% of U.S. energy being used for data centers in the next couple of years. Like, how do we? Well, I mean, it's the high point, right?
It's very hype today, all that.
Right, but exactly. But which way is it going to go, and how do we try to mitigate that without contributing to it?
2 years ago, it was hydrogen. Today, it's AI.
Crypto, yeah, we had crypto in the.
Let's take this question from Ryan MacDonald, senior editor at the Globe and Mail in Canada.
Data centers want their power to always be on, and I hope always to be carbon free. They also want power right now, not in 10 years. Nuclear doesn't work that way, and we've seen a lot of interest from tech companies around the nuclear issue. It's slow and is often regulated itself. So I'm wondering, in the meantime, should we be moving to look at sustainable focused regulation of AI to incentivize further improvements in the efficiency of how these data centers operate and even the efficiency of the software itself to reduce this power demand?
Interesting question. I see Sasha nodding away. Kate, what do you think?
Very interesting questions. We have to look at the way AI innovation is being driven in different parts of the world because it's totally different. In the US, big tech. In Europe, is data-driven regulations that are regulatory-driven. If you think about things like GDPR, the EU AI Act. In China, for example, the government has been investing a lot in developing the local industry. But if you look at places like Africa, it's all bottom-up innovation. And I worry that if we try to impose regulations too early, specifically in places that haven't been able to really capitalize, really start their journey, really support the local innovation ecosystem to develop itself, we might get into a point where we stifle innovation and create a gap that's impossible to close.
But conversely, if we do regulate in places like the US or Europe, then we can help make sustainability part of the conversation that's already ongoing and well developed, right? Because the EU AI Act didn't have any sustainability enforcing clauses. It talked about data, but there was nothing about, for example, like the energy mix or even efficiency, right? Like how efficient a model has to be deployed, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that there are some like nudges that can be done already at the European level and the American level, Canadian maybe, where we kind of nudge things in the right direction with sustainability and efficiency.
Skeptical?
Yeah, well, I mean, You know, I think if regulation is too different all across the globe, essentially we're creating more complexity that will not help sustainability, because interoperability is not going to be there anymore. So I think we're too early, but we need to make sure that customer data are properly managed. That's for sure. There is no doubt about that. We need to make sure that everybody really is ethical about leveraging AI, and I think sustainability is a part of that ethical compass that everybody has to develop. But at the same time, if we're having this micro-regulation everywhere, I'm not sure this is going to happen.
And I'm afraid that Europe will regulate and the US will not.
Well, that
will be the reality of our world. Yeah. So I don't like too much the question, because at the end we might regulate here. We are already quite regulated. And, you know, I'm not sure the US administration, which is just taking on board, will regulate the use of energy for AI. I think I'll listen to the contrary, in fact, during the speech of the president. So that's why I don't think the solution is there for a transitory period. In fact, the question is, how do we manage this transitory period?
Right, and when you say the solution isn't there, if there was broad agreement on regulation, would that make any difference?
Yeah, but we did not
it's
manage
not going
in
to happen.
Sustainability, unfortunately, we are dreaming about a broad agreement. We did not manage to get it.
I mean, we showed earlier in the session the agreement made in 2015. This was obviously about climate change and the warming planet. Do you think there could be a similar type agreement when it comes to AI?
I think it would take that, honestly, because AI does transcend borders, because, you know, a data center could be in one country and the users in another and the developers in a third. So we have to be doing, but that is very hard, I agree. But I think that that's the only way to do it well.
The question is not to have an agreement, is to apply it.
Also,
and today, what the Global South countries observe is that you have one region of the world which is applying the 2015 agreement, which is Europe. Other parts of the world do not apply it. So, in fact, having an agreement which on the way, it's a question of, it's super complex to have a global regulation of the planet. And honestly, when you see the geopolitics today, we see more fracturation than unity on this type of things. And it's a question of competition, economic war, economic competition.
And I mean, in the end, isn't that going to rain out, Alexander, that economic competition? Some people might regulate and others will innovate, to use the phrase, and get ahead.
Well, I think every kind of restriction, to some extent, also fosters innovation, because you have to work also on, finding solutions that anyhow keep you in a competitive landscape. But anyhow, I think AI manifests that there is that this is a very global phenomenon, and I don't have a solution, to be honest, but I do believe that, cutting it in pieces, also regionally cutting it in pieces, I don't think that is going to help a lot.
Thank you very much to all of you. Unless you wanted a final word there, Kate, on it.
I was going to say scarcity is the mother of innovation. And I think we will see that with AI over the next couple of years.
Well, it's a good point on which to end this particular session. Huge thank you to the four of you for joining us for this session. Let's give them a round of applause. If you just stay put just for 1 second, because we're going to be back in a few minutes' time. There's no rest or no peace for the wicked, as they say, to hear Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Europe, in conversation with Darren Acemoglu, Nobel Laureate in Economics and Institute Professor of Economics at MIT. And to make sure you don't go anywhere, we've got a real treat for you. The second of our Spotlight films today, this time looking at AI and democracy with Audrey Tang, Senior Fellow at the Project Liberty Institute. See you in a minute.
Okay.
Let's explore a question I hear all the time. My answer is no. If we design AI to serve collective intelligence rather than just top-down interests, AI can strengthen democracy by amplifying inclusive participation, not undermining it. In Taiwan, we've used open-source platforms like Polis, a deliberative digital space enabling thousands to shape policy. everything from Uber regulation to banning deepfake ads. The results is rich dialogue, less polarization, and legitimate public policy outcomes that truly reflects the people's will. This is democracy with AI, not versus AI. And today, we're scaling this model to the global dialogues. It's a platform where thousands of participants from more than 60 countries can deliberate regularly on AI governance. My journey from civic hacker to government minister taught me the power of open tools, open data, and collaborative code. One of the core strategies in Taiwan is what we call radical transparency. We share meeting records, budgets, and crucial data openly, like mask availability during COVID. This fosters timely, reliable information and sustained trust. Transparency dispels rumors and aligns stakeholders around shared facts. I truly encourage every government out there, bring in your civic hackers, your youth, your civil society, and build policy together. Imagine worldwide collective input helping shape international AI guidelines and frontline innovation. Some worry that too much transparency leads to chaos or undermines official authority. But in truth, secrecy can remain for sensitive matters, while the broader policy process grows more robust when it's out in the open. You diffuse rumors before they spark major divides. Our approach is humor over rumor. In Taiwan, if somebody spreads a hoax, we counter that with a playful, viral, mimetic clarification. No takedowns, no censorship. This is how we foster media competence, not just media literacy. And I call this model plurality, fostering collaborative diversity rather than uniformity. If you want AI to respect multiple viewpoints, design it that way from the start. If we keep sparking cross-border, cross-cultural deliberations and form a new global governance, small countries like Taiwan have big lessons to share. However, this positive outcome is not guaranteed. It depends on us, our readiness to shape AI and investing in plurality. We need to insist that AI amplifies what's best in us. We want to see an AI future that sees data as a shared resource and foster inclusion, not exclusion. Let's co-create an AI world that invests in our communities, ensure data remains a common good, and helps democracies thrive. Merci beaucoup, and let's free the future together.
Hello again, and welcome back to the final session of Project Syndicate here at the AI Action Summit. It's been an incredibly fascinating and inspiring afternoon here at the Grand Palais, and we might just have saved the best until last, although it's been pretty good up until now. In a minute, we'll be hearing from, in fact, I might already be able to hear them, from Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs here in France, and Daron Acemoglu, one of the most recent winners of the Nobel Prize in Economics. But first, let's remind ourselves of why we have this truly exceptional concentration of power and talent here in Paris.
Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority, alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war.
And the two of you are very welcome to talk to each other, but I can also ask I'm delighted to be joined by Jean-Noël Barrot and Darren Acemoglu here for what we call a fireside chat. We don't need a fire, it's warm enough in here, of course. And I will let the two of you take it away, as they say. But just to sort of kick things off, is this a watershed moment, do you think, Jean-Noël? Is it a big moment when it comes to the future of AI?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to Project Syndicate. It's actually a very humbling moment for me because Darren has played a very important role in my professional career. 10 years ago, I was a very junior professor at MIT Sloan School of Management, and I was visiting a very senior professor at the MIT Economics Department, Darren Acemoglu, who had just published a seminal paper on the propagation of shocks through production networks. And, my most popular paper ever as a researcher is a second derivative of this seminal paper of Darren Acemoglu. But then, of course, I got lost, and I got into politics and dealing with digital. That was my first mission in the French government, and now with foreign affairs. And indeed, I think we're living an important moment, and it's clearly an important moment for France because on the side, if I may say, of this global conversation that we're having on AI, bringing together in Paris some of the brightest minds in the world. It's also an important moment for France because we're announcing north of 100 billion euros investments in the coming years in our country, which is somewhat of the payoff of the policies that have been undertaken over the past 7 years under the impulse of President Macron to make this country as attractive as possible for the development of AI technology.
What do you make of that announcement, first of all?
Well, first of all, you know, it was clear even then Jean-Noël was going to high places. So, well, I think the announcement is great, and we are at a watershed moment. Not to panic, not to go excessively into a mode of doing something, but every moment right now is a watershed moment because I think we do need a better direction for AI that starts with infrastructure, that starts with better regulation, but I think it's ultimately about the right type of AI investments that can bring higher productivity for workers, better control of information for citizens and consumers, and more greater ability for all of us to understand the world, to process information, and to take control of our data and our choices. That's not, unfortunately, where we're going right now.
What are your biggest sort of concerns at this moment?
More business as usual with the very, very large companies, with the very, very large models, centralizing data and pushing us towards models that at least are aspiring to take control of our lives, B, to automate work excessively without providing better tools for workers, and C, more potentially manipulative activities via digital advertising and other things. I'm not saying those are the only things that are possible. Quite the contrary, there are many other things we can do, and some of them may come out from the foundation model, some of them may come up from the current investments that we have in Europe or in the United States. But I think the direction of travel is concerning.
Right.
If I may jump in, one of your major contributions as a researcher was to demonstrate first theoretically and then more empirically that technical change is directed and that there is no such thing as technological progress that would spontaneously provide for the best or sort of go down the path of maximizing welfare. And there may be room for public intervention to sort of shift the direction of the technology in the direction that you were stating. Of course, it's a bit more intimidating when you consider the amounts invested in AI, the size of the companies developing those models. So where should we look for relevant policy intervention when it comes to giving AI the right direction?
Well, that's such a big topic. Thank you so much for bringing it so clearly, Jean-Noël. But absolutely, I think there are two conceits that really shape our discussion right now. One is a very deep techno-optimism that whatever we do with technology, as long as we innovate, everybody's going to benefit. The other one is a technological determinism, that there is one direction for AI that everybody should follow. And once you sort of give up these two conceits, you come to the real power of technology. I have no doubt technology is an amazing force, which we have sometimes used for great things, improving our health, comfort, prosperity over the last 300 years. But we can also misuse technology, and its direction need not be always the optimal thing. But how do we change things? It's a very large conversation because we have many instruments. But let me tell you what I think will get us there. I don't know how to get to this point, but if we reach this point, I think we will have solved the problem. If in, say, 2 years' time, 80% of AI researchers go to their offices, to their companies and say, my focus is to work on technologies that are going to help workers, that are going to empower citizens to control their own information and their own data, we're done. That's the... So it's the direction of where the AI tech industry needs to be. Of course, we're not going to get there easily because financial incentives, ideological issues, power are all pushing against that. But I think we can get there. It's a change of norms. It's a change of institutions, change of regulations, some fiscal changes about getting rid of some tax incentives that really mess things up. We can get there, but it's going to be a slow process.
Do you think there is the political will to do that? You've announced this huge amount of money, and we spoke earlier about governments having to harness some of the investment to balance out the private sector. But is the political will there in terms of leadership to actually achieve or at least move towards what Darren has just outlined?
Well, I think that policymakers, what they would like to see AI do is to treat cancer, to treat rare diseases, to help avoid the consequences of floods and fires, and to facilitate or to bridge the digital divide and facilitate access of our co-citizens to public services and so on. But there is also this feeling that because the companies are so large, because the investments are so massive, that it's not clear how you're going to influence that. And I'd say that one thing we've learned from the past wave of technology here in Europe, where we had not developed sort of world-class social networks or marketplaces, is that traditional competition policy has not been successful in deterring unfair commercial practices and avoiding the abuse of dominant positions. Why? Well, because these positions that they get consolidated so fast that even though you can expose through the agencies that are in charge of enforcing competition, identify those abuses and even sanction them, this happens so late down the road that the economic benefits have been fully drawn and all competition has gone. And whether it's self-preferencing, cross-selling, predatory acquisitions, we've seen this happening in the field of cloud, in the field of social networks. And we've actually started to take action in Europe by designing a new policy. It's called the Digital Markets Act that came into force in 2022. And that takes an opposite sort of stance from traditional competition policy, but by stating that certain behaviors are forbidden ex ante. So it's basically not the competition agency that's going to check and enforce ex post, but it is forbidden ex ante because of the speed at which those positions can be formed. Of course, this is a brand new regulation. There are investigations ongoing, and we'll see how far we can go. But I'm not sure that even those rules will be sufficient, and that's why part of this summit is also promoting, as far as AI is concerned, open source and open environments as a norm, because this can natively, so to speak, organically prevent the foreclosure of markets and the formation of dominant positions.
Well, and not to oversimplify what has been discussed here and earlier this afternoon, but this idea of regulation, to make it open, fair, to ensure that it is for the common good, some of our panelists here have said, but please remember, companies have to make profits. Companies want to innovate, and sometimes regulation can, yes, aid, but it can also stultify. I mean, how do you...
100%, 100%. You know, Europe needs to be an innovator in AI. You cannot just be a regulator. But what Jean-Noel emphasizes is so important. You know, there is one kind of regulation that pretty much all economists agree is good, is antitrust. Prevent monopolization of markets. The world and Silicon Valley still thinks of itself as those scrappy innovators working in garages, disrupting established businesses. Well, it is the most concentrated industry in the world. And it has become like this not just because of amazing innovation. Yes, Google is an amazing innovator. Not just because there is some economics of data or networks that says big is better. Yes, there is some of that. But it's because the United States has completely failed to enforce antitrust. These companies have also grown very mightily because they have acquired their rivals. They have acquired a lot of startups. They've created an ecosystem where if you're a small company, the best thing you can do is try to do something compatible with one of them so that they acquire you. So it has created a very monopolistic market, which is not good. It's especially not good if you need a redirection, something better, because monopolists are going to pursue their existing business model.
Jean-Noel, I mean, how do you deal with that potential? I mean, we talked about DeepSeek and perhaps, how can I put it delicately, President Trump's slightly muted response. Oh, hey, if we take it at face value, the Chinese have come up with something that was cheaper to make and could be very effective. Or does that give you hope that other parts of the world could do the same without the sort of monopoly and resource that America has?
Yes, it does, because it validates the approach according to which opening environments is conducive to more innovation and to improvements of in the quality of the systems, and also makes them cheaper to build, because you build on the shore, or you stand on the shoulders of giants, and that's the way that knowledge gets sort of improved from the accumulation, or both the accumulation and the competition between innovators. But again, one thing that that we need to figure out is how the public authorities can influence the direction when, of course, private actors are pouring a lot of money in the sector. And I think one of the important aspects of what public authorities should do is the governance of data, because the whole sector that Daron was describing a minute ago has been thriving on somewhat of a sort of free and ungoverned access to data. And now that we're reaching the sort of the era of generative AI, where models, in order to be very useful and accurate, are going to need to resort to clean and very precise data, I think that public authorities can step back in and say, well, I'm going to release data sets on cancer patients because I want AI to be developed for treating cancer. And if I'm going to, if I want to have AI developed to lower the carbon emissions of housing, then I'm going to release a data set on housing. And this intuition is behind the foundation that is going to be announced today, Current AI, that's going to bring together philanthropic foundations to pour the money, public authorities that's going to provide the data, and companies that are going to build the models out of this data.
Well, yes.
Yeah, if I can add, I mean, I think DeepSeek is very, very interesting because it's a shock to the system. It shows, first of all, that it is possible to do innovation, very, very impactful innovation, when you are not at the center of all of the money, all of the venture capital in Silicon Valley. it also shows that, emphasizing our earlier discussion of techno-determinism, that the directions that are being tried at the moment in the biggest companies may not be the only ones. Every company before DeepSeek in the AI space, the big companies, not small ones, of course, are an exception, but they believed in scale is all you need, which is, you build bigger and bigger models, you throw in bigger and bigger data, and that's how we're going to get to better and better models. Well, DeepSeek, actually, by the way, is not doing like crazy innovation. They haven't developed a new method, and they are themselves an AGI company, but they show you can do it on a smaller scale. And very interestingly, they are using methods like the mixture of experts models that take us a little bit closer to domain-specific models, which you were discussing in the previous panel. They're much better environmentally. They're going to be much more effective in giving us reliable information that can be used by workers or by citizens for a specific purpose. But again, those are now sort of put aside. So I think it's a really wonderful thing. And data markets and data ownership, I think those are going to be much more interesting when we go actually to these domain-specific models, because they are also synergistic. Creating the right kind of data market is going to be very synergistic for generating high-quality data for these domain-specific models.
Well, on that positive, optimistic note, let me thank both of you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's give them a round of applause. And I have a big announcement to make. Well, it's not really my announcement, but to say that at 5:30, so you've got time, President Emmanuel Macron is going to be addressing the conference at NEF. And I hope you know exactly where that is. And if not, follow this man here. Thank you to both of you. And thanks also to the team behind all of this, Project Syndicate, there they are, and High Impact, who have worked so hard to make today's event such a success. The guests have been incredible, and so have you, the audience, and particularly to our final panellists. I'm Jo Coburn, and this has been the AI Action Summit, brought to you by Project Syndicate. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a busy, consequential year in France. The Olympics, Notre Dame, and now along with the government of India, Prime Minister Modi, organizing this AI summit, where more than 100 countries are represented. Civil society leaders, government leaders, entrepreneurs. We've seen some of their incredible work today. And they're here to discuss and to share their progress on the hardest issues in AI. Climate change, open source, maybe the biggest issue. How can AI and the tools created with AI make the world more equal, not less? And the goal of this is action. It's the AI Action Summit. So on that note, I'd like to bring up and introduce and give a warm welcome to our final speaker, the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour. How are you?
Thank you. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
To be here.
No, mine. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je ne sais pas combien il y a de francophones et d'anglophones. Je vais peut-être dire, I will say just a few words in French, if you allow me, and I will switch into English. But d'abord, je veux vraiment remercier mesdames, messieurs les ministres, mesdames, messieurs les commissaires, chefs d'État, de gouvernement, entrepreneuses, entrepreneurs, investisseurs. Très heureux de vous retrouver ici. Merci au Grand Palais de nous accueillir. Et au fond, ce sommet pour l'action sur l'intelligence artificielle, c'est la conviction que nous avons en France dans le progrès. Ce lieu a été fini en 1900, au moment de grandes conquêtes industrielles où la France, l'Europe embrassaient une ère de progrès. Et je crois que c'est exactement ce dont nous avons besoin et ce en quoi nous croyons aujourd'hui. Et donc l'IA, c'est d'abord une formidable révolution technologique et scientifique pour le progrès et au service du progrès. Et donc, c'est d'abord évidemment de la technologie, de la science, l'amélioration des tas de recherches, transformation de beaucoup de secteurs, mais notre conviction, c'est que ça doit se faire au service de l'humanité. Et donc pour vivre mieux. La deuxième chose, c'est un grand message de fierté. Par ce sommet, et grâce à la mobilisation collective, ce sont 109 milliards d'investissements privés, étrangers et français qui sont confirmés à cette occasion. Et donc bravo à vous tous, parce que c'est votre engagement collectif. Et donc ce sont des data centers, ce sont des partenariats avec des grandes entreprises françaises. C'est énormément de capacités de calcul, je vais y revenir, qui vont être créées sur le territoire. Et donc message de fierté. Et puis troisièmement, c'est un message de continuité. Et je ne dis pas ça pour relativiser les choses, mais on en parlait ce matin, M. Julia me le disait à juste titre. L'IA, ça va apporter des tas de révolutions, des tas de choses, mais la créativité reste humaine. Et au fond, le message que je veux avoir pour vous tous, on verra tout à l'heure l'œuvre d'Agoria, c'est de se dire, l'IA nous permet de faire des tas de révolutions. On l'a vu dans la santé encore l'autre jour à l'IGR avec Hawking et les formidables chercheurs à Villejuif. Mais cette accélération, c'est ce qu'on veut. Donc nous, en tant que Français européens, on veut accélérer. Et on veut réduire l'écart. C'est ce qu'on est en train de faire avec ces 109 milliards. On veut prendre des textes, prendre des mesures pour aller de plus en plus vite. Mais à côté de ça, on veut le faire au service d'un modèle qui est le nôtre. Et donc on va continuer de défendre le droit d'auteur, les droits voisins. On va continuer de préserver la créativité humaine. Et tout ça, ce seront des assistants qui nous permettent d'aller plus vite. Mais pas quelque chose qui, en quelque sorte, nous conduit à renoncer au monde auquel on croit. Et on continuera de protéger nos enfants, nos adolescents, on continuera de développer les valeurs qui sont les nôtres. Et je crois que cette IA au service de l'humanité, c'est aussi ce en quoi on croit très profondément avec le Premier ministre Modi, et c'est pour ça qu'on a voulu ensemble, avec l'Inde, co-présider ce sommet. Now I will switch into English, just to say a few words. Thank you very much for your commitment, your presence, and your trust. And I think with this summit, this is first the collective choice for AI as an enabler for our humanity to go faster, to innovate, and clearly to disrupt in healthcare, in energy, in mobility, in public services, and to be much more efficient, and to lead this transformation. And this is why with Prime Minister Modi, we do believe in this revolution, and we do believe in our capacity together to work in an open world, whatever the geopolitics will be. Meaning to work with the US and the great US players, and a lot of them are here today, and this is a great pleasure for us, investors, companies, startups, to work with China, and a lot of them are here, India, and the whole world. And second, we want to clearly use AI as an accelerator of a lot of innovations to have a better life. Now, the key message for me tonight with you, and we will revert with the head of state and government tomorrow on a lot of issues about how to have a smart regulation, how to have to protect public interest and so on, is why you have to choose Europe and France for AI. And this is exactly what this summit is about. Now, today and tomorrow, 109 billion euro of investment will be confirmed for France for the years to come. And this is a great amount of investment. And if you compare with some big recent announcements made in the US, it's at the right scale. This is exactly the same if we compare France to the US as a market. But this is because we have clear assets, and we want to accelerate and leverage on these key elements. First, we have talents. A lot of them are in this place today. Probably we have one of the best tradition of education and training in France. We train a lot of talents. We increased during the past few years. We have 40,000 per year data scientists specialized on AI, and we will go to 100,000 per year. And thanks to the announcement made during the summit, we will accelerate these programs, and we will have research shares, a lot of common initiatives, public and private, with Saclay, Grenoble, Marseille, Paris, and so on, in order to leverage on this advantage and to go faster and faster. And what we want to do is to educate and train much more. But we want to keep these talents, and we want to train the whole economy. And I want to thank all the entrepreneurs and their representatives here, because this is a large-scale initiative we are working on in order to leverage on this issue. This is the first revolution, and where France has a clear advantage. Second, clearly, this is how to have much more data centers. And we are back in the race now. Why? Because in order to do so, you need chips. We start to accelerate the program. France is part of the European countries manufacturing chips. We will build new partnerships with American and Asian players in order to manufacture more chips and secure our capacities. You need available spaces and energy. And here I want to showcase what is a great advantage of France. We have available land. We work very hard with the local authorities, and I want to thank the regions present here. We identified 35 sites available. And the most important for me, we have low carbon pilotable available energy. And this is unique if you compare with the rest of the world. Because we have a model of production based on nuclear energy, which means that more than 75% of our electricity is produced by this nuclear energy. It's pilotable, it's low carbon, and we produce more than what we use. Last year, we exported 90 terawatt-hour, 90, which means we can localize a lot of data centers on top of what we need in terms of electricity for our own companies, our own households. So it's very important in this world where I have a good friend in the other part of the ocean saying, drill, baby, drill. Here, there is no need to drill. It's just plug, baby, plug. Electricity is available. You can plug, it's ready. And I can tell you, we will go fast and very fast. Here we are committed to go faster and faster and to deliver this energy and these available sites. The fourth point is this ecosystem and how to work better between the large corporates, the different verticals, and AI. And today, Peugeot and Citroën finalized an agreement with Mistral. Today, a lot of our big players finalize agreement with our own solution. I think having more and more cooperation between our large corporates and this innovation is very important. And this is why I do urge the European players to buy European, not because we don't want to buy American or Asian, I want to reassure you. But guess what? When you are in the US and China or India, when you have a very good solution made at home, you prefer this one to the other one. And this is a good reflex. And having this ecosystem is very important. We have the best ecosystem in Europe, in France, and we want to leverage on this summit in order to go faster. And this is why a lot of French companies as well announced very, very big investments in order to accelerate this cooperation with public labs, with startups and so on, and it's extremely important. So having this ecosystem is absolutely key, and we will as well accelerate on this issue. My last point is about adoption and acceleration. And in this issue, we improved with the two first AI strategy, the way to innovate on healthcare, mobility, energy, and we will accelerate in these different fields with AI. And a lot of our startups already are very much aggressive in this different field, from Doctolib, Alan, in defense as well with Helsing. And we have a lot of big European players now, and we want to accelerate with them and give them much more room to maneuver. I will conclude with two additional points. Based on the success of this summit, because we are back in the race thanks to this 109 billion of investment, and because we are in this situation to clearly trigger a European move, we want to accelerate on two things. One, more Europe. For me, this summit is not just the announcement of a lot of investment in France. It's a wake-up call for a European strategy. Tomorrow, President von der Leyen will announce the European AI strategy, and it will be a very important occasion. But this strategy will be a unique opportunity for Europe to accelerate, to simplify our regulations, to deepen the single market, and to invest as well in computing capacities. We need more Europe, and we have to provide a bigger domestic market to all the startups when they start as Europeans. And this is a very important strategy, and we do have key advantage in Europe. We have a lot of different research and excellence centers in healthcare, in education, in a lot of sectors. We have already comparative advantage with the US. So we will leverage on these issues. Second, we will simplify. And I will conclude on this issue. At a national and European scale, it's very clear that we have to resynchronize with the rest of the world. In terms of transmission, in terms of permitting, in terms of authorization, clinical trials, I mean, in all the different sectors, our key issue is about timing. We will have more private investment. We will have more public investment. We will announce new strategies, but we are most of the time too slow. And I got the message for the investors today again. So I told them we will adopt the Notre Dame de Paris strategy. I mean, we showed the rest of the world that when we commit to a clear timeline, we can deliver. You decide, you streamline all the procedures, somebody is in charge, and you deliver. So the Notre Dame approach will be adopted for data centers, for authorization to go to the market, for AI and attractiveness. Let's rush. This is what we need. I don't want to be longer. I want to thank you for all the discussions you had today. Tomorrow we will have the occasion to come back on a lot of other issues with the head of state and government. But I'm very happy that you, de facto, you choose France, you choose Europe for AI, and I'm very proud, together with Prime Minister Modi, to have this co-leadership in order to deliver this inclusive message and this willingness to invest more and to deliver much more for AI at the service of our humanity. Thank you very much for your commitment, for your creativity and your presence today. Merci beaucoup. Vive l'intelligence artificielle, vive la République et vive la France. Merci beaucoup. Et je crois qu'on a une œuvre maintenant. Agoria va nous la présenter ou la lancer.
Évidemment, c'est un coup incroyable à l'héritage impressionniste qui est au musée d'Orsay.
Merci, et je trouve que dans ce lieu, c'est la parfaite synthèse de ce qu'on disait. C'est l'intelligence artificielle au service de l'art et qui vient en quelque sorte assister la créativité qui reste en quelque sorte pure et parfaite. So this is a perfect reconciliation between art, creativity and artificial intelligence. C'est un autre en même temps. Continue.
Merci beaucoup.